We need to change that. What would you call it? Study of aesthetics would be good. Yeah, aesthetics would be pretty good. This teacher I had, this girl, oh my god, I yearned for her. So, any girl, from college, and we had this class on aesthetics together. Aesthetics, the study of beauty. She's gorgeous. She looks like Alison Brie, and I just think she's the most beautiful thing I ever saw in college. And we dated, but she had I was so in love with her. Well, I shouldn't say we did. I mean, like, no. We were on a bed together. One night we almost died. Anyway, but she went to England and got her head on straight, cleared her mind, and cleared herself out, and came back. And we had one night, a different night, where we spent the night together just talking about old times. The night before my last final, and she and I just sat there looking into the stars, like, until the wee hours of the morning, and in the wee small hours of the morning, and the whole wide world was fast asleep. I walked into her dorm, and is that true? No, she didn't have a dorm. I would have. She walked into my dorm. Where was she? She was in town to graduate. So what? She was staying with friends, and she was like, I remember, she was like, you have an exam. I was like, I'm gonna walk to your dorm, and she's like, you have an exam in like 92 minutes. You need to get at least a little bit of sleep. And we left, and I was like, I was going to talk to her. She was in England for a whole year, but we reunited for one night, and I just wanted to see her. And she had the most beautiful mouth. Her gum line was so beautiful. It was like a Ninja Turtle action figure. She was just beautiful. And she's sweet and kind, soft, and all the things that we want from a person. And a good listener. And I don't mean this is the so I use mood in my mood. This just becomes a as well. When you go into class, everybody has like a pen on the first day, whatever. But I would always say that I didn't, and so I would go find the prettiest girl in class, sit next to her, and ask her if she had a pen. She would like loan it to me, and that's how to make small talk, start telling that pen. It was L-Y pen, and her name is Tim Pony, but it's James, and she makes it. Yeah, and she just we had this class. What's this study? It's a study of beauty, so it would be like the study of beauty in anything, in people, in physical appearance, in internal appearance, in art. It's like an art humanities class. It was a very interesting class. And so you just studied beauty and talked about things that were beautiful, whether it was cars, technology, the opposite sex, your own sex, yourself, your hand, your eyes, nature, science, technology, the universe, whatever you thought. So, but this girl, I didn't really give a shit about that. We were always looking eyes at each other. And but she had a boyfriend at first, and she broke up with him, and then we dated for, I would say, a little bit of time. But my friends were like, "You don't want to go down this road." They were like, "There's something wrong about this girl. She's too quiet." And it would be like she was holding something back, and she had infection of pills, and she had a friend who was in for her. This is the most honest, innocent girl that from like the Midwest you'd ever meet who got addicted to her. Can happen to anybody, and who's very, very smart, and is still very smart. She's a teacher, she's an excellent person, but she just got for a few months, and then broke herself away from that, and then I'm sure it's not an issue for anyone. But I remember talking to her about it and how badly she felt, and she just came back and just apologized profusely about her addiction, and not like, oh, I've been to. No. She was like, we couldn't connect because there was something in between. I mean, she wanted to. I remember we were on a bed, my friend's bed, and in a condo, and I don't think we ever kissed, but we were just about to. And we were gonna be together physically, and my friend knocked on the door and was like, "You don't want your first time to with her or here or in general ever to be like this." And I really at one point said that, but she would have been the girl I would have married at the university. There's a girl from Central Million. If I would have married someone from there, then there was a girl from the university, and it would have been this girl. Really, yeah. And we would have just lived in Ohio, in like Mason, Ohio, with a little white picket fence, and just lived like a little easy, simple life with a cold tree and kids. And she would have been a teacher. I would have been like a teacher. But yeah, it would have been very simple. That's what her parents were. I think her dad became superintendent or something. But, anyway, and her sister's on there. But oh, she was the one for me when I was in college. And what? So I'm like, let me take you back to what you're saying. And she's like, no, she would not. She's like, please, you need to get some sleep. I remember like falling asleep as I was talking to her, and it was a total surprise that she was going to be there. And oh, she wasn't graduating. I was graduating. I'm sorry. She wasn't graduating. I was a year older than she was, but I was leaving. And what? I'm sorry for this one. But I remember we went to Records and it was like little. We just sat there and talked. I don't think we ate. Oh, we did. We did. So yeah, because it was the vibrating things. We both had these North Face these things on. Did you? No, because I had given mine actually to a girl. Okay, it's my friend Ashley gave it to Goodwill. Like I gave it to her for like a week. She was cold one night, and I walked her back to her dorm, and I made sure that she had a jacket, and then she and then I like a week went by and I didn't get it back. And usually somebody gives you that back, and then she's like, "Oh yeah, I gave it to Goodwill." Why I love this thing. I wore it. Anyway, it was a women's jacket, and why you couldn't really tell the difference. And I liked it more because it had a zipper here and here. The women's one has a zipper here and here. The men's one only here. And I liked that it had more zippers. So like, yeah. Anyway, are you done? But that was big. Yeah, that notification. Okay. Just that. So yeah, why? When I was a kid, they were $100. Used 250. Are you done now? Wow. Where did that girl live? Pastoral West. Yeah, that's her part and Pastoral West. And that's actually a pretty long walk. And she was like, no. She was like, I'm not going to let you do it. That's another 15 to 30-minute walk, basically, depending. Not 30 minutes, but like 15 minutes. She's like, no. So what happens? I set my alarm. I get back, it's like 5 o'clock, 5:15 in the morning. I have to be up at 6:30 for an 8 o'clock final. Okay? Why? Because I want to be ready when I take a shower. Okay. So I fall asleep at 5:15. And I awake to my friend looking me dead ass in the eye, saying, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Yeah." Now, this is the last final I have at the universe. This is a movie of anything. This is a better movie than fucking Rudy. I'm looking him dead in the eye. And I said, "Yeah, I'm okay." And he says, "Well, your alarm's going up." And then I start hearing it in my ears. And I've just become so accustomed to it that I could literally sleep through it if I'm such a heavy sleeper. And I say to him, "What do you mean? What time is it?" And he's like, "It's like 9:32. I'm like, "Oh my fucking God, I have my last final." And it started at 8. And I fucking throw on some shoes and run to the fucking test. And my heart is beating. I remember it takes me like 7 minutes to get to the fucking final. And I think final was 8 to 11 actually. It was like 9:32. So I get there and I have like an hour to take a 3-hour final. And I did, and I got an 8 on it. And I remember, shout out to my friends. Oh my God, I can't think of their names right now. Liz and can't think of her name. She's from Indianapolis though. Really, yeah. She went not to Ben Davis Cathedral or something. What's her name? I can't think of it right now, but she was so sweet. She looks like my cousin. I can say this. They're both very, very pretty, actually. But she looks like my cousin Lori. My cousin Lori's very pretty, but also Liz is all three of those ones. What is her name? I can't think of it right now. But she was on the soccer team, and Liz was on the track team. And they called me that morning, and I wasn't in my final, and they were such good friends. I'm still talking about 15 years later, and we weren't that close. But though Liz and her husband did stay with me out here 10 years ago. Just they were in passing, but it was something like the most. It was just like a very nice thing for them to do. All I did was put a call in, and I didn't pick up. Why? I was asleep, and my phone. I don't even think I charged it. And I was so thrilled to be with this girl the night before. I just walked in my room and just fell asleep. And shout out to my friend C-Rod. He saved the world. I mean, he's number, when this all gets ranked out, he's number 19 of the coolest, hottest guys of all time. My friend Jake is number 18. So, yeah, why is Jake 18? So, thereafter, I wanted to visit someone in California, and Dagan lived in Westlake Village, and he allowed me to stay with him. I just called him and, is there any way I can stay with you? Or, like, basically, I don't know, it wasn't as long, like a night or a weekend or something. And he said, yeah. And changed my life. Got to see what Malibu was like. Got to drive in Porsche with his dad, who had, so shout out to Mr. Dagan, who would be like elevated. He did something for me that was very, very nice for him to do. I mean, not only let me stay in his house, but I remember we didn't have to have like a time together, but I can tell you, I've spent time with Mr. Dagan alone, and that's not like something I did with many of my friends' dads in college. Why? Because when they were in town, they're there to see their kids. They don't give a shit to spend time with anybody else. But it was really cool. We drove all around the Malibu hills in his Porsche, and then what? They're a Porsche family. His mom had a Carrera that became super big, and he has 911. But yeah, it's totally fun. And I just wanted to have a family like they did, where they had a kid who totaled a Porsche 911, and it was not like that brought down their whole side of the family. And really, yeah. And so was it a 911 box? But yeah, are you done? Yeah. Is that the end of your story? No, but none of that was why. It was, I said something to him that was very, very disrespectful. Not knowing, and he wouldn't know that. He would understand what I said. Why? He would say to me, when we were in college, he played for the Israeli team, and he would say to me, well, I'll just say this is how it went down. He knew his dad was Jewish. He didn't know about his mom, that she was. He didn't know that, and he didn't think so. So he would say that she wasn't. He didn't know this. And I've met her, and it's not that I know anything about her. I do know something special about her, that she's Jewish, from the rabbis, but he didn't know. So he thought he had a Jewish dad and a non-Jewish mother for most of his life. So when I would meet him, and I met him, and I heard this, I was like, oh, but that doesn't mean you're not Jewish. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, according to Jewish law, you are not Jewish. And he's like, well, I mean, I play on the Israeli soccer team. Who else are you going to have on the Israeli soccer team? And so then I realized there was a lot fucked up in Judaism. A lot. Where it's like, no, I can trace my fucking lineage back to the Bible. Now what is this shit? Fortunately, his mother's Jewish. Really? But he just didn't know it. She was an assimilated person, and he would find that out. But it's very disrespectful of me to say this when your mother's not Jewish. Or, you're not Jewish, but it's absolutely true. Really? And it's how it works. But what did he, none of that's important either. What did he teach you? He I would I would say I would pose it to myself. What would if Dagan were asked, he would say Rabbi was really interested in Judaism, really, more than anyone he'd ever seen. Not, and he looked Jewish, and he said that his mother was Jewish, but Dagan's not the guy to go to for Judaism. Really? No, Dagan's the guy to go to for CBD. But not Judaism. Actually, his brother, shout out to Adam. Yeah. Adam Dagan would be number 17 on this. Really? Yeah. Why? Because Dagan would. I know Dagan, his main crime, and his dad too, but his mom. But I know Dagan. So he's got an older brother, and I don't know him well, but I've met him, and I've met his older brother, and if Dagan got big, the one thing he'd want to do is give his brother credit, because his brother really helps him with a lot of things. Not saying that Dagan's not great on his own, but he'd want to make sure his brother is up there, and so he'd be very happy to have his brother at 17. And Adam Dagan becomes super fucking big in CBD, like that guy in the farm, or that's not even a show, The Office, that with the farm, he becomes really big. What do they call that shit? Worm? Something like that? Anyway. Worm? Anyway, none of that's important either. CB, no. It was this. I'm like, Dagan, what do you know about Judaism? I don't know anything really about it too much, aside from my mom saying I'm Jewish and my grandma saying I'm Jewish, and aside from like the Bible that I know. But I mean, what do you know about Orthodox Judaism? And he's like, I don't know anything about it, but I do have these, and he had tefillin. He's like, and I had done tefillin when I was 13 with my friend, but one time, but and he had them, and he's like, yeah, I don't. I think there was grandfathers or something like that, but he had them, and that's the first time. Well, I saw him in California. I had seen him before. I'd done it before. Is that the end of your story? And shout out to my friend Andrew, who made me wear. He's like, you're Jewish. Say your mom's Jewish. You look Jewish. I'm like, yep. And grandma, yeah, absolutely. You need to wear these daily. I was like, well, I don't have any. This is what you're supposed to do. And he's like, this is what I learned recently. And I'm like, I don't know if he said you're supposed to. I don't know. But he said, I remember we were in that classroom, third floor, the same one. I'd say this. I got a very funny story on September 12th, 2021. I'm in Malibu with all these fucking American flags going and the Israeli flag in the middle. And I tell this story about we're in this fucking room waiting for Mr. Clement. It's the same classroom where one time Mr. Southblock walked in, and he said, "Where's your teacher?" And the teacher wasn't there, and he was just kind of making sure that we were controlled. And he said, "What do you think people fear more than anything?" And I said, "Public speaking," which is true, actually. And he laughed, and he said, "No, that's probably actually true, but it is." But he said, "The unknown." He said, "People fear the unknown more than anything. They hate the unknown." And it's true, I hate the unknown too. But anyway, it's true, public speaking. You'd rather be in the casket than give the eulogy. The old Seinfeld. But anyway, are you done? Rabbi? No. What? So we're there with Andrew Jones, and now again, I've told this story before. He came in August. This kid was Christian, and September he was Roman Catholic, and in October he was Jewish, and it's because his mom met someone who was more religious, and so made him more religious. But he was kind of from an assimilated family, but had a Jewish mother. Anyway, um, he was laying this fucking Jew thing on really thickly in fucking October, and like I'm down to fill him, and he's wearing a kippah. He's the only kid in the school. He had a lot of courage to wear a kippah. Really, yeah. He didn't do it long though. Why? My man Mike Hughes was so fucking sick of his Jew bullshit in a Christian school that he says, I'm sick of your bullshit. Grabs the fucking kippah off his head and whips it out the window 3 floors up. We watched this fucking kippah go boom right in the parking lot. And Andrew goes, he's all upset. He's like, that's anti-Semitic. Mike Hughes goes, what the fuck does that mean? Andrew Jones goes, that's against Jewish people. Mike Hughes goes, well, then why don't you say anti-Jew? What the fuck is anti-Semitic? It's like, that means you don't like Jewish people. Mike Hughes goes, I have no issue with Jewish people. I have an issue with you screaming about Judaism 24/7 in this fucking Christian school. He was laying it on so thickly. It was like, it's a lesson to Jews. If you are with non-Jews, you need to watch yourself. Why? You don't want to poke a bear, especially in a situation where perhaps the greater population around you either doesn't know they're Jewish or is obviously, I don't say obviously, is like vehemently the enemy, so to speak. And wouldn't you know it? So Andrew is upset about that, and he goes and gets his kippah, and he tells the teacher. Teacher comes in and they're like, okay, well, you're not allowed to do it. Mike gets double foot fight. It's a huge hate crime. Huge hate crime. That school today would be national fucking media if a kid did that. Now, or then, why? This kid was laying it on thickly. I'm not saying he deserved it. I'm a Jewish rabbi. I know his journey of Bal Teshuva, so to speak, and we'd make him a rabbi one of these days. I mean, he's amazing. He and I have taken similar journeys. And I would say that he saw the light, so to speak, when he was 13. He got some help. He definitely got some help from his mother's friend, who I think became his father, I'm not sure, but her father, stepfather. But how was this kid laying it on thickly? It wasn't just the Jew shit. Every single day, this kid would come in with something new and try to make friends. He was the new kid in 8th grade. We all knew each other in 7th grade. He was the one new kid in 8th grade, one in, I think it was 1st. And he came in with new watches, new shoes, new pens. Every single day was something new, which is cool. But at a certain point, then you got new religion. You're bringing in a kippah. You're bringing in tefillin, and it was getting on kids' nerves. And I'm telling you, as someone who knows anti-Semitism from both ways, who's been told on camera, before even on this, just in my normal life, you fucking Jew. I mean, get out of here, you fucking Jew. In Santa Monica, when I'm doing nothing wrong, just in a black hat, black shoes, black pants, black jacket, black tie, white shirt. I mean, that. Anyway, are you done? Well, I just hadn't done anything wrong. No, that's true. Hey, that's true. Did this ruin your story? Oh, so you're saying he deserved it? No, I'm saying, well, no one deserves to be like that happened to them. If Andrew had come in with wearing that, it would have never happened. But it was like, motherfucker, you've been 3 different religions this fall. So when you're really quick, and Andrew would know, he was going, I would explain, it's like a bald yeshiva, but if his mother would have married someone Muslim, perhaps he would have been Muslim, or Christian would have been Christian. But his mother was Jewish, and that was, no, it wasn't like a new thing. But it was just like, she's trying to build a family in what community they had. So anyway, I think he would have said, I explained it the best way I could. But that isn't the end of the story. So what happened? Mike Hughes gets a double 45, which means he just has to sit in detention for 45 minutes, 2 different occasions, and stare at a wall with a circle around it. So here's what happens. You have like a table. You sit at a table, and there's a chalkboard ahead of you. And a teacher goes with a line, a piece of chalk, and puts a dot on the board in front of every single person. And you stare at the board. If you stare at a dot for so long, we used to learn all kinds of shit about what happens when you get so fucking bored. You'd stare at a dot for so long that everything in the room, for 45 minutes, if you stare at a dot for 45 minutes, everything in the room goes away, and you just focus on this really fucking small amount of the board. And so what would happen is they'd stick a dot on the board and draw a circle around it. And if you stare at that dot, the circle will go away. And you could play all these weird, like, hallucinogenic games with yourself. You weren't allowed to move your feet or your hands, and they had to be straight on a desk. And you just had to sit like this with a straight back. And you'd sweat, and it was like, this is your punishment. You didn't get hit. And back in the day, from where I was, they would hit kids, so that wasn't a punishment. And you didn't have to do, like, clean the school was what people would have to do usually for detention. And that wasn't a punishment. There was a custodian who would do that. You just sat there with a circle. Why? If you let them clean the school, they wouldn't do it, and they would just fucking have a good time. It was, everybody had to sit there, and it was very, very intense. And what? It was only boys. Did the girls have that? Yeah, but theirs was a little more relaxed. They could, like, I think they could cross their legs, maybe. They didn't have to have both legs flat on the floor. But I think they had to have their hands on the desk, and, like, you couldn't talk. You couldn't clear your throat, and you could not use the restroom. So you were told, go to the restroom beforehand. That was the one time you weren't allowed to use the restroom. I would say, if you said it's an emergency, you could go. Really, yeah. And that would happen. What happens if you sneezed? You would sneeze, and if you had snot in your hands, you would go. They would be like, go clean it up, and you go clean yourself up, and then come back, and you might have to serve a little extra time. So what's a double 45? So there were in increments of 15, 30, 45 minutes. What are the 15s? Shirt untucked. 30s. What else for 15? 30s would be like, you were late for school after being warned a few times. you're only like 5 minutes late or something, but that's still, it's going to be 30, and then it's going to be a 45, and then it's going to be double 45. And then why? A lot of times kids drove on their own. If they're not at school on time, you're gonna have to serve a detention. If you are on school on time, or if it wasn't your fault, you might be able to talk your way out of it. You're supposed to be at school on time. Is that the end of the story? No. And then if you did anything big, it was a double 45. So it was like 2 different days you had to come in and serve that. And I've gotten them. I would never really get in trouble unless I wanted to get in trouble. It was like in basketball. I remember I never got called for a foul, and I started to want to get called for fouls. I was very good at like not. I'd have a ton of steals, but lead the league in steals, but not. Oh, who else was good at? I led the league with my friend John is second. My friend, this one kid, Summers, I can't remember his first name, but he was like third. And my friend Klein was fourth. Though they weren't keeping track, so how would you know? Let's just say, rather. Right, are you done?
Contrary to popular belief, though, Vlad wasn't just a deranged tyrant who tortured and displayed his victims' dead bodies. He was a gifted scholar, an athletic and effective soldier, and a brilliant military strategist. But most of all, he was a highly effective and efficient ruler.
Steal the ball, get called for a foul. Oh, detention, the thing on the board. Okay, so, Andrew Jones. Oh my God, I can't believe I got back to that. Holy shit, that's the furthest one I've been able to just backtrack like that in my mind. Okay, so then what happened? So Mike got in trouble. Michael got in trouble. Mike got in trouble. Now here's what happened. I could describe the room was like this. There was like this. I don't know. It had like old blood on it from Eddie Banninger's head that got slammed into it one time. We were just being kids fighting, not fighting, like roughhouse wrestling, and he got fucking rocked and it hit his head and like knocked it in his fucking pipe. There's a fucking pipe, I'm sure that's still in this fucking school. And then what? That used to be a sink for someone's bedroom. This used to be a mansion. It's like a normal school. It used to be Bendix's mansion. Anyway, so in that same fucking little area is where I donned the the first time. Really? Yeah. And I was there with Andrew. This was all in the course of like 2 weeks. Because honestly, the first month we meet Andrew, he was like a Protestant. Then he was a Roman Catholic, and then he was Jew. I swear to God, he was like, "What are you, man?" He was Christian, but Roman Catholics usually don't refer to themselves as Christian. Christian, then Roman Catholic, and it was like he discovered he was Roman Catholic. But then he found out his mom was, I don't say he found out, he was embracing that his mother was Jewish. She was dating another person, and that was changing his culture. I can't knock it. That's very real what happened, as best as I could describe it. But it wasn't like I'm saying, I'm making a joke of it, like what religion is flavor of the season, basically. It was religion of the season, basically. Anyway, then what did you do? So his kid was outside. So he goes outside. He tells us, okay, Mike gets in trouble. Okay, fine. It's over. What happens to Andrew? He leaves that school before. I don't know if he finished the year. Why? It was really hard for him to come to a new school when all the kids were already friends. He's the new kid, and he's 3 different religions in one season. That's a tough break for a kid, and it wasn't his fault. Meaning, I know he's a Jewish, born to a Jewish mother who was in an assimilated family. And assimilate. Okay, so she then marries or is going to marry a Jewish man, and they're building a Jewish home. So they want their child to emulate that. They're in a school that is a good school, and that's why they send them there, but not necessarily the best, the safest Jewish environment. There were other Jewish kids there where they was it a little anti-Semitic, nothing crazy though, but they didn't wear kippahs and they were smart too. Why? They would they would have been bullied over it. Why? It was I would say a school that made virulent, like almost impassioned Christians in some ways, and like had evangelical, they could never figure out where it was going to go. Because at the end of the day, if I said to them, "Who do you follow, the Pope or no?" Half of them say the Pope, and half of them don't, and they don't know what the fuck to do. And they're marrying into each other, and it's like they don't know what to do. They don't. So I guess they follow. But anyway, the but so Chabadniks understand this is like the Christian version of Chabad, right? Where you have 10% tithe, the families are like 8, 10, 12 kids, that kind of shit. And I would say the only reason why it doesn't work, and Chabad does, is Chabad generally believes the same shit. 13 principles of faith. The Rabbi is a different issue. Is he Mashiach? No, he's going to be rebuilt the minute. Whoever does that guy is. Remember that. Okay, whoever is that. Okay. But over here, these guys can't even like agree like at this. Like they don't even understand where Crown Heights is. Really, yeah. Meaning like one would say like Rome, and the other would say I don't know, that God box in New York City or whatever. So at least we know it's a Beta Mikdash. Crown Heights is very important as well. So, yeah. But from a Chabad standpoint, that's the center. Now if we say Judaically, okay, are you done? What the fuck was that about? Oh, that's about the thing on the board? No, I just thought the detentions were very, very creative. And how absolutely bland they were. And it really made you think about what you did. You couldn't bother other kids. You weren't punching other kids or like doing anything else. And it really made you think about what you did. It made you appreciate time, how slow time could be. Because it literally, that's the one thing I really learned from it, is how slow time could move. As opposed to like, what? I'm like, wow, an hour went by very quickly versus, oh my God, 15 minutes have not yet gone by. We've been here forever. You can't fart, you can't do anything, or you get more time. It's like a thing. Anyway, are you done? No, so Andrew leaves the school. He goes to Adams and then goes on to college and then goes to law school. But before law school, he was in town, and it was my, I think, I could be wrong, but it was my 21st birthday. I had two 21st birthday parties, because I had a lot of friends. I had friends who lived with me in the town, we grew up together, and then I had friends from the university, from all over the country. They weren't all in town at the same time. It would be like my friends from town went to schools in other places, and so they were gone when the other kids were there. And then my friends, when my other friends were gone, the other kids were there. So I had two 21st birthdays. And so he came to one of them, I believe. And he said, you know, I really got to hand it to you. This is a really great party. And you seem like you turned out to be a really, really nice person. But man, I'll never forget when you took my kippah off my head and threw it from the 3rd floor of the school. And I immediately corrected him and I said, that was my cues. And he looked at me and he said, oh my God, I am so sorry. I have blamed you in my head for years for doing that, and I can't believe it was my cues. I was there. I was absolutely there. That's the same place we dined. It was like the same little 10 feet of this room, but I didn't do that. I would have thought that that would be disrespectful. Definitely. Like, yeah, he was putting it on hard, but I wouldn't have put my hands on somebody. And taken it. That's not how it is. But Mike Hughes couldn't take the shit anymore. And but I'll never forget Andrew's face. It was like, oh my god, I've been blaming this person in my head, and that would have been a really mean thing to do, and it was. But I had nothing to. I don't want to say I had nothing to do. I had nothing to do with taking that. I let Andrew know you are laying it on really hard, man. I even said that to him. Why are you bringing it to filling? If you're supposed to be doing this. Isn't this something that can be done at home? You are doing this openly here at school to kind of get antagonized a little bit. Really? Yeah. Why? Because what was new to him is interesting. I think he wanted some allies, and I mean, there were a lot. I'm saying probably the entire school at a certain point, but there were other kids who were as I would. Oh yeah, I had a Jewish mother, and it makes it sound like my father would be Jewish as well, just assimilated, as was a lot of people obviously from that school. Basically, the people who are religious in the world are still like that to some extent, or grew up religious anyway. But I'll never forget how he blamed me for something, and I just immediately said, like, and it was like, why? Because we both had the name Michael. We were both very. Mike Hughes and I went to preschool together, and we at Bridges. We knew each other there, and I remember Mike Hughes was a dick then. Really, he is. I went there with Reggie, one of them. Who's that other kid? I forget his name. Fuck. Did we go to the university together? No. He go to the university. But who's Mike Hughes' friend? I forget his fucking name. But he'd go to the but there was every kid I knew wanted to go to university in that fucking preschool. And I think I'm the only kid who did. Is that true? There would have been one other. We would have been in the same fucking class. We would have been like, I remember going to Bridges with you, but I don't remember that. But we all wanted to. What was that kid's name? I can't think of his name, but he's a nice kid. But I remember when we were in preschool, we were playing soccer. And I didn't really like soccer. I liked football. Why didn't I like soccer? It was a European thing, and Europe sucks. So football was where it's at. Mike and this other kid, Brian what? Hey, Brian Murphy. There are like I know two Brendan Murphys and two Brian Murphys at least. But anyway, we were playing soccer in preschool. We were really young, and I remember I wasn't as good as they were because I hadn't practiced at it as much, and I didn't want to play anymore. And they were making fun of me outside when I was in preschool. And I don't think I cried, but I could have. Let's say I did, but I don't know. Let's say I did. I remember Mike Hughes remembered in 7th grade. You didn't want to play soccer in preschool. I didn't really remember that was the kid who it was. And I was like, oh yeah, you're right, I didn't. Why? Because I want to play football. So what did I do instead? I sat on the sideline and started looking at a centipede on the ground with all its legs, and then a millipede, and they're like little snippers and everything, and I was like really, really interested in it. Then what happened? Then all the fucking kids on the soccer field see that I looking at this fucking millipede, and they all start going around and looking at what a fucking millipede is and all its little legs and shit. They could play soccer whenever they want, but they couldn't see like a thing with all the fucking hairs and shit. Anyway, then what happened? Well, Mike and I were friends, and Mike was in that D class. We were the dumbest kids. Like Mike, Barency, Josie, I think Dan Sanchez, Keith, really? Yeah. And Mike was relentless. He'd gone to, I mean, we're the best fucking trash talkers ever. Not Mike. No, I mean, I am, because I've had like the best trash talkers and top of the trash talkers. I've taken on the best trash talkers in Northeast and Boston, fucking in New York, in Florida, in Dirty South. I'll take you on in Texas. I'll take you on the West Coast. I'll take you in the Northeast, Northwest. I'll take you anywhere. I would do international trash talk. But we learned like young, like this is what you do. We're just always making fun of each other. So and Mike was a funny kid. Anyway, was it funny to do that? I see it both ways. It was incredibly mean, but if you had to be there, I can justify taking off a kid's kid butt, throwing it out the fucking window, because this kid is just pouring it on so fucking hard. It's just like, you're donning tefillin in between class, man. Like, there are appropriate times, I guess, to do things at appropriate times to not. But I don't know. I think it justifies a lot of people out there too who would fear wearing kippah. I could talk about that all the time, and I love wearing kippah, but I know that people fear doing it, and so they make a kind of kippah that is like a fake hair, and men would wear it. Why? I like to wear something. That's why I wear this fucking pink thing. I like to have something in my head that's different, that differentiates me. But if I wear a kippah all the time, all my hair would fall out, because I have my head so. Look, when I'm out in the world, I always wear a kippah or a hat. You'll see, I'm never not as a religious person, but inside I don't have to, according to the Marshall Fund. So. Okay, anyway, are you done? Is that the end of your story with Angel? Well, again, it's fucking good. But I tell the story in much more detail in Malibu. Actually, it's a really beautiful story. But I hope that was why. Well, just right down before. Remember everybody was the spot.
Just as he had done in the Bulgarian and Serbian campaigns, Vlad disguised himself as a Turkish soldier and infiltrated enemy armies. Using his fluent Turkish, he ascertained the location of the Sultan's camp. The next night,
Oh, what's that?
his troops killed the Sultan himself.
Oh, no, it used to be right here. Just like this.
Strategically using captured Ottoman soldiers who could enter without causing a stir. Once they were inside the camp, all hell broke loose.
Is that what it is?
Unfortunately, there was an empty walking was unable to kill the man himself.
Only one of Vlad's commanders actually launched his attack. Was that the end of your story?
The other half lost his nerve and forfeited an opportunity for a
No, I mean, shout out to my
decisive
friend too. I talk about him a lot, but he's a really good friend. I remember just looking him in the eye, and he's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, oh, "Okay, well, your alarm's going off." And I'm like, "Oh my god, I just feel like that."
Once Mehmed and his troops arrived in Termanishte, they discovered that the capital city had been virtually abandoned. Vlad and his army had retreated.
They also discovered Vlad's forest of the Impale. The 20,000 forces arranged on wooden stakes around the castle, with Mehmed stationed atop the highest point.
Still, with Vlad's troops nowhere to be found, Malikia was theirs. The Sultan installed Radu as a territory
Is that the end of the story?
As Radu and his troops surrounded Vlad's
Well,
castle,
so the same way that I met Lindsay is the way that Yosh met Justine. But he really didn't have a pen. Really, yeah. He had to ask Justine for one. And then I think he said, I could tell we were both Asian, and she had an athletic backpack on because she had the athletes get issued here, and they had this different kind of backpack. And so I could tell that she was something, and she could tell that he was probably something too. So they got to talking that she was a cheerleader and he was on the soccer team. When you know it, she would be the head cheerleader 4 years later, and he'd be the captain of the. Well, she's cheer captain, and he was soccer captain of the soccer team. Why? Fuck you guys elected him. I don't fucking know why. Are you done? Where is that one? What the fuck?
in the honor. Vlad once again found himself behind
Dude.
both. So to speak. Much like his first incarceration, he was granted privileges unavailable to nearly every other prisoner. In fact, he was less
Is that the end of your story?
treated less.
Yosh.
Even while he was in prison, Vlad simply couldn't resist killing pigs. According to a Russian ambassador of the era, Vlad was in the habit of catching mice and having birds in the marketplace so that he could punish them by impalement. He cut off the heads of some of the birds, others he had stripped of their feathers.
What in the fuck is that?
However, he got along fairly well with his captor. If not a friendship, he and Corvinus developed
Oh
a
my
mutual
God.
appreciation and understanding. And in between torturing small animals, Vlad met and eventually married Elona Selak, a cousin of Matthias Corvinus, who was now officially the king of Hungary.
The marriage may have coincided
Is that the end of your
with
story?
Vlad's release,
Oh my
or occurred a
god.
short time after.
No.
Either way, after 4 years, he was free. He and Elona were given a house and land and produced 2 sons. But Vlad wouldn't rest until he regained the throne of Wallachia or died trying.
So when Corvinus'
Son?
Vlad and Stephen Bathory, one of the top commanders of Corvinus' army, made plans for an invasion.
By this time, Radu had died, a passing which seemed to have absolutely no impact on Vlad. The throne was occupied by a man named Basra the Elder.
Vlad and Stephen Bathory assembled a force of Transylvania, Lykian, Hungarian, and Romanian troops, and set out for Wallachia. Vlad became Pope for a third time.
Can you run these? Good? Yeah, I want an undo button. Big undo button, a big easy button. I can
When
fucking.
we return, we'll explore the final chapter in Vlad's life and his enduring legacy as one of Europe's most cruel yet beloved dictators. Now,
Stay from it out. It's really fucking easy. Is it an easy way to do this? Are you done?
Combined defeat of the
I don't know.
Hands
Take off.
nemesis
Go.
Mehmed's second, followed by a 4-year imprisonment. Vlad was once again thirsty for power.
With the blessing of Matthias Corvinus, an approximately 45-year-old Vlad, and Stephen Bathory, an elite Hungarian commander, along with their troops, advanced on Wallachia in late 1476.
Perhaps ill-prepared or still intimidated by Vlad's fearsome reputation, Prince Basarab, the current ruler of Wallachia, fled along with his men the moment they approached, which meant that once again, Vlad was the ruler of Wallachia.
Unfortunately, Vlad's swan song would only last a short time longer than his first immortal reign.
Throughout his life, Vlad amassed a number of enemies. From the aristocrats in and around Wallachia, he killed or stripped of power to the Romani people, Ottomans, or anyone related to the 100,000 people he had killed.
Furthermore, Vlad's brother had been a surprisingly popular ruler. Unlike Vlad, he did not terrorize his subjects with violence. Few people were eager for Vlad to be back again.
So Basarab the Elder had no trouble assembling a force to fight Vlad the Impaler and reclaim the crown for himself. After only 2 months, he put together an expedition of 100 soldiers and took the fight to Wallachia to kill Vlad once and for all.
In December 1476, Prince Basarab led a contingent of 4,000 soldiers, twice the number of Vlad's dwindling army, to a monastery not far from Tergolishte.
Vlad and his men fought nobly to repel the Ottoman forces, but during the chaos of battle, one Ottoman took matters into his own hands.
Unlike modern generals who were stationed
What is
nowhere
this?
near
An
their
entire
front lines,
an entire civilization based around furniture?
and killed his enemies up close and personal. He was right in the middle of the action, engaged in the heat of battle, when his assassin, wielding an enormous sword, snuck up behind him.
The Ottomans bided his time, waiting to engage Vlad in a clean strike. Then, he had a line on him. He raised his sword. With one fell swoop, decapitated the Wallachia.
Thanks, Mom.
Then he grabbed Vlad's severed head, tucked it under his arm, and made his way from the battlefield to a waiting stallion. Wasting no time, he rode directly back to Constantinople with the severed head, where it was presented to Sultan Mehmed II.
As a reminder that his most fearsome enemy no longer posed a threat,
Who
the
does that?
Sultan had Vlad's head
Mr. fucking Clement, he becomes a bit crazy. Mystery teacher ever kid himself over there just because of civilization. But yeah, and because that's not his
The only man whom Sultan Mehmed II considered a noble and worthy foe.
According to local legend, after the battle, monks from the monastery saw Vlad's headless body being eaten by wild animals. In place of what was left of it, they erected the foot to the monastery's main altar.
Shortly after Vlad's death, his half-brother, Vlad the Monk, seized power from Basarab, who had once again taken over Wallachia. Vlad the Monk had a relatively long reign from 1482 to 1495, and Vlad's eldest son, Nina, ruled Wallachia from 1508 to 1509, much the same way his father had. According to a local abbot during the period, Nina took all the greater warriors captive, worked them hard, cruelly confiscated their property, and even slept with their wives in their presence. He cut off the noses and lips of some, others he hanged, and still others drowned. Nina was assassinated shortly into his reign and didn't have time to earn as ominous a nickname as his father. Instead, he was dubbed simply Nina the Bad.
Wallachia remained technically an Ottoman territory by virtue of paying protection to the Ottoman Sultan until roughly 1859, when it united with Romania. It officially became the Kingdom of Romania in 1881.
Less than a decade later,
Kind of sad.
Bram Stoker created the character Count Dracula, who many still believe was based on Vlad the Impaler or Vlad Dracula. And while the two may share a few vague similarities, Vlad the Impaler was far more sinister than perhaps any fictional character ever created.
Vlad was a sadistic, bloodthirsty tyrant, probably slaughtered more people than any previous dictator, including Ivan the Terrible, and his reputation demands largely on who he lends. Germans and Turks do not define him greatly, owing to his treatment of the Saxons and Ottomans, but to many Romanians and Russians, he's considered a noble hero who shaped Wallachia into a much more egalitarian society.
Hey, this is Tina Fey. I wrote a Broadway musical called Mean Girls, and you should totally come see it. Lots of people who definitely aren't me have said it's hilarious. I'm also told it's one of the best shows I've ever seen. Tickets at ROTHSCHILD.com. One of the most popular musicals of all time is back. See Annie, Broadway's favorite.
I am more fortunate than any person has ever had on the internet ever. I am ViralRabbi. You can just, I dare you.
I dare you.
I
I like that part about Kanye. I was like, fuck so proud.
So what I found is that I'm like a big competitor of Twitch, and I do a little bit of gaming and chicken. Some people that I would say is the big thing is really I can
Art when it comes to
never see
at the Contagious Theater, January 4th through the 29th. Tickets at
in fact, no discrimination. I don't like it. I don't want to have girls or a wife in this world. Perhaps one day make a mistake and maybe she has a nipple that shows on YouTube and she loses her account. That's the kind of double standard that we have when her husband or their father walk around with a shirt off all day long. I'm on my web stream all day long, 24 hours a day, many times with a shirt. I can't
North Korea's ruling family, the Kim dynasty. Next week, we'll look at the circumstances that led to Kim Il-sung's rise to power after World War II. Throughout the rest of the season, we'll explore the reign of his son, Kim Jong-il, and his son, Kim Jong-un. And we'll consider why this regime is still standing while so many others have fallen.
You can find all episodes of Dictators and all other podcast originals for free on Spotify. Not only does Spotify already have all your favorite music, now Spotify is making it easy for you to enjoy all of your favorite podcast originals like Dictators for free on your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app and type Dictators in the search bar.
Don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Podcast and Twitter at Podcast Network. See you next time.
Dictators was created by Max Cutler and is a Podcast Studios original. It is executive produced by Max Cutler.
Oh, I
Sound
remember
design
one.
by Ryan Goldman.
Oh, this is
Production
not that hard
assistance
to
by
say.
Raj Viral.
Well, it was awkward.
Travis Clark.
But,
This episode of Dictators was written by Tony
it's just
Goodman,
bad.
with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Kate Leonard and Richard Rosner.
Why do I like that? People wonder. It's like, we were around alcohol all the time. Did you ever have a problem? I thought he had a problem once. And so my mom would tell you. One time we were at after a golf event. He had drank all fucking day. And he went a little too far with me. And I stood up as a young man. And I remember being embarrassed of him at an event. It was like a golf. Banquet. I remember being embarrassed. And to the point where I was like, Mom, if he's going to be here like this, I'm going to go under the table. And she's like, no, you're not. And I said, yes, I am. I don't want to be here with him like this. And she's like, yes, I am. And I did. She's like, Mike, I'm driving home from home. And then what? So that happened, and I remember my dad never drank at home, but he would drink when he was golfing or so. And we were at home, and so like the next day came, and I said, "Mom, I want Dad to go to Alcoholics Anonymous," and she said, "He doesn't need it." I said, "When I can't go to an event with him, I'm like a little boy." I'm like, "Mom, there's a problem where I'm embarrassed." And I told her, she wasn't with him all day. I was with him all day, and I saw how much he drank. And he drank more yesterday than I've ever seen him drink. Or he was sloppy yesterday than I've ever seen him. And then what happened? Well, she said, "Let's wait. We'll wait till he gets home." He comes home, and he's a little sloppy. And I say, "Mom, see?" And why? Where was he? We used to play golf, like, I shouldn't say it was like maybe, yeah, we used to play like in a lot of golf tournaments and things. And I would be, not just tournaments, but like scrambles. We love to play scrambles. I love to play scrambles. They're a lot of fun. You drink at them and they're a good time. But you got to keep it under control. And I remember I'd be like, he was on a wavelength to push it a little too far. Really, yeah, because I know I was right. I was like, I can't be in a place if I can't control what he's going to say. And he wasn't ever like that, but he was just like not himself for like maybe 2 or 3 days. And then what? He came home from this, another golf tournament, and he wasn't super drunk, but he didn't drink. And I was like, "Mom, see?" He was like this. Maybe it wasn't the next day. It probably was this. He drank on Sunday. That was a Sunday when that happened. And then I think it was a Tuesday or a Thursday. So it wasn't the next day. So, yeah, he would go then. Because again, I never saw him drink at home. And it's not like he had to go sneak off all the time to go drink. Never like that. He would sit at home in his fucking chair all fucking day long and drink Diet Coke or water or something like that. He would not necessarily drink. No, he definitely wouldn't drink his beer. I would see my mom drink beer before I'd see my dad drink beer at home. That would really surprise people. But yeah, it was wild at home. Never would I see my dad drink beer at home. And never would we just have a beer together. It's just not like a thing. My mom would drink a beer though. Really? Yeah. Why? She would say it's a cold drink and it's refreshing, but it probably gave her a little bit of a buzz. Because she never really drank. I shouldn't say never really drank. She drank. Her sister at like a celebration. There's like, it's not like she. And that's the thing. That's another thing. Happy medium. I've been where I drink every fucking day for 4 years, well, 3 years, and then I've been where it can become an issue because it becomes the outside thing. So then what? So I tell my mom, I'm embarrassed of that, and I want him to get help. So she's like, my dad comes home. My mom's like, Mike, we're gonna go. We looked it up in the phone book, and they had an Alcoholics Anonymous family counseling session at this church on right by the Southern Expo. And so I'm like, well, that's where we're gonna go now, I guess. So we go there, and the guy talks to my dad for like, well, we sit there, and my dad's like, I don't have to be here. These people are drunks. I don't sit at home and drink. I just don't. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm like, Dad, we were so drunk at the skillet, it was embarrassing. I had to go underneath the table, and Mom had to drive home. And my dad, we played golf all day long. We're in the sun. You're not hydrated. I mean, okay. So, and then I said, and then it happened again today. And my dad says, I don't have to be here. So what did we learn? We both learned something. What? My dad never took it that much further again, where I felt like he was, and where I had to like run away or embarrassed, get wasted, but not where I was like any more embarrassed than I normally would have been. He learned a little where his limit was there, at least with me, and I learned about what social really. So the counselor there is like, well, so my mom's like, so do you think he's an alcoholic? And the guy's like, it seems like he's a social drinker. My dad said, yeah, I'm a social drinker. And the guy's like, and that's different. But it doesn't seem, and the guy explained, it doesn't seem like he has the same kind of issue that many of the people here have, where they have bottles in their cars and in the garage, and they're hiding it underneath their beds, and they're really living a dark life. It does not seem like that, and we could confirm that it's not like that. And so, what did you do? We went home, and it was. I'm glad it happened. I stood up for myself and my mom, and she kind of stood up for herself as well. And he watched himself more, but it wasn't ever like he was never violent or anything like that. No, it wasn't. It was. He was loud, and I didn't like it. He was being rude, and I remember. This is what I was like. There were wives of guys there. All the guys were drunk. All the wives of the ladies that were giving my mother eyes, and I'm like, Mom, this is embarrassing. And she's like, oh, this thing's almost over. Anyway, is that the end of it? No. Where's this go? Yeah, sure, so yeah, you could hit you much easier than fucking this. His brother could do it. Banks could even do it. Yeah. Okay, you done? Yeah. Mom. Okay, did you get it yet? Yeah. Alright, Jews. Israel TV email. They have those fucking things. They don't.
Tony was crippled by an extreme shyness and unusual seriousness that forced him even further onto the fringes. While he made some close friends, he was never much of a talker. He mostly just listened.
So did you ever get that shit pulled on you? Yeah, I did. What? Well, without going into all the details, they made this stuff, which becomes a thing again, that allowed you to pass. A drug test, and it's called Spice, and it had the similar effects of CBD, but it was legal. It had a weird legality, and this is what these assholes would do in the law. They wouldn't test it. They would just say, "Oh yeah, that's a designer drug," and then they would just make it illegal. But they wouldn't test it. It could have had beneficial properties. We don't know. They would just say, "We don't know what it is, and we can't test it, so you can't have it." So anyway, and the issue was this stuff is very expensive. Really, yeah. And I didn't have a job. So at every fucking turn I could get, I was trying to get my hands on it. And my parents took me to a place to like a AA and NA, Alcoholics and Narcotics. So there I am. I walk in and shout out to this guy. We make it to he had legs and everything, but there was a half person there, and he had arms and no legs, and no. I don't know if he had genitalia, but he'd have kids. He'd have really great life. And he's like, "So how can I help you?" And I was like, "Well, this is what I think my addiction is." And he's like, "What is this drug?" And I'm like, he'd never heard of this before. And I'm like, you can get it here, here, and here. And he's like, I've never heard of this. This is a new thing to us. Really, yeah. So I'm like teaching them fucking drug experts about everything. So they don't know how to handle that. Really? Yeah, because I'm like, it's not, what was the issue? I was like, it's expensive. I'm not a, it's like this. If I just have one every once in a, it's fine. But if you can do this for days, that shit, if you burn it, it goes away so quickly, and there was so little of it. It was like, it was very, very expensive. And you know, and I would do it and I would throw it out. That was my big thing. I would do it and I would throw it out. The amount of times I did that. And those are signs of addiction. But what would you really want? I didn't want that. I wanted CBD, but I couldn't have CBD because it was illegal and all these other things. So, and that wasn't illegal. That was not illegal. So it was this stupid part of the law. So anyway, why do you want CBD? Because they drug tested for that. They didn't drug test for the other thing. So anyway, my parents were like, we don't know what the fuck to do. This is a new one. So they take me there, and the place didn't know what to do. I'm explaining it to them. And the guy's like, well, I don't really know what to tell you because you're teaching me what this shit was. Anyway, what is it? It's just like, I explained, potpourri spray, a bunch of fucking chemicals sprayed on it. And you'd smoke it and it gets you. It could do whatever you wanted. It could get you high, it could get you low, whatever the fucking chemical you spray. It's just basically what I'm trying to say is there's like an air spray chemical onto a substrate, and you either combust that or vape it of some sort, and whatever the designer chemicals were would do something anyway. So I'm there, and now at this point I'm like, I don't think I need to be here. I just need my parents to be cool and not get pissed off if I fucking, well, that wasn't the thing actually. I needed to get a job at the university, and I couldn't show up the job. I already had the highest in their fucking history. Really? Oh, by far. I think probably in the state's highest. No one comes in with fucking that much. Why? Because I came from California with like long hair, and nobody comes from California there in the knots, man, or like early teens for that shit. Early, yeah, whatever. When the early teens is actually, early teens is actually 13, 14, 15. Knots is like something else. Anyway, but whatever, 10. It was 2010. Anyway, I was really proud of that though. Are you done? No, are you done? You wank one, wank one. You shut the fuck up and wank one. Well, no. So what happened? So that I would say not in a mean way. I wanted that man to have a full body, but it caught me off guard because I'd never seen someone with just half a body. Not a lot of people have it. Though when I was really sick in California, we had someone in our family. We have to get these people. My great aunt's daughter had mouth cancer. This is a terrible thing. And had the lower part of her mouth How did she have mouth cancer? I don't think she smoked. I think it just happened. And it can happen. There's like you can get a tumor underneath your tongue and not know it. And like people don't get biopsies. Anyway, I don't exactly remember what happened, but I remember I'd never seen someone with only like eyes, like ET, with only like eyes. And she had died from migraine. It wasn't even migraine. It was and then what? But this person had no legs. Now that isn't to say. Then I come in with a fucking heart in my forehead, and no one's ever seen anybody with that shit. So I'm over here like, wow, and everybody's looking like, what the fuck happened to you, kid? And I'm like, oh well, I 86 myself in the netherworld using exactly what the fuck is that? Anyway.
Other Panamanian cadets would often pull him aside to encourage him away from a military career. They told him he was simply too low class by Panamanian standards to ever become an officer, or, in less polite words, he was too dark-skinned to ever amount to much. In the summer of 1960, the Academy excused the cadets for a few weeks of vacation. Most of the wealthy students zipped back to their families' houses across the continent. 26-year-old Tony didn't have that luxury, so instead, he and two of his friends headed out for a night on the town in Lima.
Was notorious for its checkpoint wars.
Wait, you guys told the rest of your story. What was it? I was there at so I talked to this guy and he's like, all right, well we've got like narcotics anonymous, alcoholics anonymous, and they're one after each other. And I remember my parents were like, you are that's what happened. I went there on my own. My parents didn't take me. I went there on my own because I didn't know how to get off this drug. And they didn't know how to help me. The guy didn't know how to help me. Why? So you had a really bad addiction to it. It was like this. This is a new kind of drug, and it's really good. How do you get off something that's really good? It's a really good drug. And he had never heard of it, and no one there had ever heard of it. And it's not done anymore. You can't get it in California. Really? No, you can't get it anywhere anymore. It's off the market. Where would you get it? Like underground convenience stores. And it was like this giant. What would they do? It was like a bunch of potpourri sprayed on with chemicals, and they'd sell it in these little packages. And you put it in a bowl or something like that. And it wasn't. You didn't know what it was, but it wasn't. You could pass a drug test. That was the big thing. Pass a drug test. So you could go on your and it was if you got pulled over with it, they would count it as marijuana, but you could argue, you'd have like a pretty good argument in court. This is not marijuana. Maybe I shouldn't have had it, or maybe I shouldn't have been in possession of it, but I don't know what it is. You don't know what it is, but it isn't marijuana. And so it was a big loophole in the law. So you can't get it anymore. What was the big thing? Smiley was a big thing. And then they'd have it on television. So I explained to this guy, it's really good, it's addictive. But here's the thing. If I have this, I don't need anything. But if I don't have this, I don't want to say I even need that. when you are so depressed with that fucking, you've been scarred, you, it's a depression that sets in, and you want to forget about the world, so you use pharmaceuticals or narcotics or something to forget about things. It's an escape, and so in order to keep the escape going, that's what you do. Is this an escape? No, this is kind of just like a, I don't know. I think it makes me think. It spurs a lot of creativity and some other things too. But it depends what you want for what you want to use it. Creativity, you can use it, or it could be an escape too. Really, absolutely. There's a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety. I can't say that it doesn't help with that. A lot, but definitely, absolutely. When I've got that, it's like okay. When I don't have that, now I've got anxiety a lot more. It helps with that. There's no doubt. But the ability to do it in such a little amount and then not like and preserve it, it doesn't make it really expensive. As opposed to that, it really did. And when you get expenses built into the equation, it can really cause some issues. In addition to the addiction, and but when I make it sound like it was an addiction, it wasn't. Yeah, I mean, why? It wasn't so much an addiction. Hold on, what was it? I didn't have any fucking thing to do, so I would just sit in my room all day long and have nothing to do. So it gave me something to do. Ask anyone who does drugs. The number one thing they want to do in the world is do drugs. The number two thing is get more drugs. So when you don't have drugs, you want to get more drugs, and then that becomes very fun. Getting drugs becomes very fun. And when I say getting drugs, maybe it was caffeine, maybe it's alcohol, maybe it's electrolytes to some whatever your drug is. Maybe it's love. Your love is like whatever it is. It could cause issues. Now, what am I trying to say? Whatever your drug, whatever your thing was, it whatever your thing was, it was not necessarily whatever your drug was. It was not necessarily everybody had. Look, I love the Frank Sinatra quote. I'm for whatever gets you through the night. That's really what our religion is. If you want to fucking do Smiley all night, go do it. If you want to do nicotine all night, go do it. If that's what gets you through the night, heroin, and you're not bothering anybody, I'm for whatever. If you want to drink all night, absolutely. Go for it. If you're not hurting anybody, you might have to talk, though, if you aren't living up to your potential and some other things. Well, I mean, I'll just say it. But if you're like, no, I really want to just drink all night, then it'll be your thing. Oh, that's old fucking douchebaggy. That motherfucker drinks all night. They love their hot toddies. They hot toddy themselves. Really, or whatever they do. See, that's the thing. If I tell you, oh, this motherfucker was drinking whiskey all night and drank vodka until they fucking threw up, that's the thing. But if I said, oh yeah, this person, their alcoholism was with Bahama Mamas, like, why is that funny? Because Bahama Mama takes a lot of work to fucking put that together. So if you're like an alcoholic but you only drink Bahama Mamas, you're like, I think I'm that way too. They just take too much work and they're, expenses to go with it. But, or whatever. Pina coladas. I'm an alcoholic to pina coladas. If I have unlimited pina coladas, I'll sit here and drink pina coladas. So I scroll or grasshoppers, like with the ice cream. Oh my god, all kinds of things. So it's kind of like how much do you have of it as well. If it's available, I'm an alcoholic. I probably, meaning, I'll sit here and because it tastes good, perhaps. But I don't like feeling sick. When do I know it's bad for me? I know it's bad for me when I close my eyes in bed and the room is spinning. But I can sometimes land that, meaning if I'm drunk and I close my eyes and the room is spinning, I can kind of still maintain where I am, as opposed to a lot of times people don't have it. I'm just telling you, this is a veteran. Anyway, so my narcotics are down, and alcohol, but that was a different time. So what? I went to this place and I said, look, I have this addiction and I don't know how to get off of it. It's a new one, and I explained to them, I like CBD, but CBD is illegal in this state, and it helps with anxiety. And I moved to California for Proposition 215, the Compassionate Use Act of 1996, and I explained this to this guy who's in a wheelchair, and I'm caught off guard, and he's caught off guard, and but he didn't know anything. And I explained to him, and I said that is much less expensive than this other stuff, but it's like this weird system where the cheap stuff that helped you basically was illegal, and the very expensive stuff was legal. And I don't know if that's what no one did. So then what? That's one of those weird drugs. There was like a period of time, like lewd, like nobody again under 50 has done lewd. Not really. If somebody's told you I've done lewd, and they're like in their 20s, punch them in the face. Really? Don't do that necessarily, but listen to their story. I want to hear a 25-year-old kid who's done lewd. As of right now, 57. It's like you would have to have gotten him out of a medicine cabinet, or like an estate sale medicine cabinet. They're like very, very old. And did they do anything? I mean, I'd want to know. And I'm sure people, if lewds became legal, they'd like preserve some lewds for 25 years, 25 years. Like they'd have vintage lewds, where it's like, oh man, this is what it would have been like if you were 25 in a fucking medicine cabinet. I think you would have. Are you done? Oh, I'm done. You guys know about the. You guys are aware of the bulldozer. What about the steamboat? How about that fucking person? Are you done? No, so I'm in Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous, and so they're like, well, no, I wasn't. I went there on my own just to talk to this guy about this drug. Okay, fine. So then what happened? I don't know, like a month goes by, and I come clean to my parents, and I explain to them, I don't want to do this drug. I want to do CBD, and I want a 1 square foot area of your house to do it. And they said, no. Why? That's all I ever wanted. Actually, I just wanted to be able to do it with them and like relax with them, have them calm down, but they would never do it. My mom did it once when she had a brownie at a party accidentally, and my dad one time in his apartment with my uncle Gary and their friend Bondo. That's what I heard. And my dad, I don't know if they did anything to him, but that was it. That was the only. There are other people in my family, and I wasn't aware of that for a long time. So then what? So I'm in Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous, and it's like a square table. It's not a square table. It's a bunch of tables that make a square. And oh no, I'm not there. God damn it. Oh, so I leave the person, that man with the hat, and we make it so. I mean, I can't give him his legs back. This is what I would tell him. We'll make it so that you have like a mech warrior suit, and you'd get one of the first mech warrior suits. Just don't kill me. He'd be like, no. I'd be like, I'm on your team. He'd be like, cool. Like, yeah. So, but you're actually on my team, so that's Team Rabbit. So. But he'd get like a mech warrior suit. Why? Well, you know what a mech warrior suit is like, where you have blades. But I'd be like, I couldn't get you your legs back. I don't know what happened to them. I have no idea. I imagine it was a car accident, and so kids would know. I want to make cars so much safer, but I don't know. But I do know he was very smart and he cared, and but he didn't know how to help. I'm a smart person, and I remember telling him, he's like, well, how do you think you quit this? And I explained to him, I can quit it, but there's nothing to do. I'm recovering from, why was I doing it? I was in a lot of pain, to be honest with you, and I didn't have insurance. And I was recovering. It was in my year of recovering after some very, very serious facial reconstructions and things that I would have needed to have because of this. So I was in a lot of pain, and I was trying to kill the pain, basically. And so I explained to them, I'm trying to kill the pain. I don't have insurance, and so I have to do it in like a different kind of way. It's not like we have Medi-Cal like they have here. There was nothing like that. It was you were on your own. I mean, I can imagine it would be like if I had tooth pain. People used to do this all the time. They'd have tooth pain and they couldn't get the tooth out, so they would drink alcohol to kill the pain in their mouth, and that was very, very common. Very, very common. I can imagine. The same thing. This tooth pain. So in the same way, I mean, very similar. So, but I explained to the guy, so he's like, so your issue is you're in pain, and I'm like, yeah, I am. I explained to him what happened. He said, that sounds very painful. I can imagine. And you're saying like normally you would have medications for this, but you don't have insurance. Your family doesn't have money for that. So you would normally use what is considered a legal plant, perhaps, to kill the pain as an alternative. But you need to be able to pass a drug test. So you can't use that. So you have to use an equivalent that's very expensive in comparison. And I said, yes. And if I quit that, I'm in pain. And it's kind of like I'm back to where I began. And it isn't to say I wasn't using it as escapism. It was all combined. I take absolute credit for that. But I was physically in a lot of pain as well. And it wasn't going away. I remember it was like a whole year before my face finally clotted and was, like at least had skin over it. That doesn't mean it wasn't very all scar, but no, I mean open wound. Like I remember, it was bad for a long time. So, are you done? No, so that was a new one to that guy. So I remember leaving there. So then what happened? I told my parents I had gone there. And I asked them, and they're like, no, you can't have that little store. And I was like, because I told them there's this perfect spot on the deck. I went. And they're like, no, absolutely not. And that's when I came clean to them. They had no idea. Kids, I pitched a perfect hitter, meaning my parents never thought I'd done a drug in my entire life. And I came to them and I asked them if they would do drugs. Who does that? But if I ever could have like a virtual headset and like live fantasies, that's my fantasy. To just hang out with my parents, listen to rock and roll, and see what it would do. What do you think would happen if you were going to cry? Just telling each other But then what? Is that the end of your story? So I'm at this Alcoholics Anonymous narcotics. How'd you get there? So I told my parents, this is what I wanted. They say no, and they don't want a kid who's a drug user, and so they're going to take me to Alcoholics Anonymous. So I taken my dad there when I was like 10. Now here he's taking me there. So and my dad never a drug user. What would it have been? His would have been caffeine, actually. Why? Not that he had no dose or anything. No, he always had. He could have no caffeine, so he would actually like be super against all caffeine. Why? Caffeine made him have to go to the bathroom badly. It does to me as well, but it happens as well. But, so he'd always have decaf coffee, and if you ever had regular coffee, you'd have to be. So that was his big drug issue. Was caffeine, and could never have it. Not to say he couldn't, but it was always caffeine-free Diet Coke. If he ever had Diet Coke, it was always caffeine with decaffeinated coffee. But yeah, Why? It would also keep him awake all night. And he had, I have this restless leg syndrome, where you like shake your legs when you're going to sleep, and it would make him do that a lot. But, yeah. Are you done?
December 1969, U.S. officials reached out to American friendly National Guardsman station and instructed them to stage a call. The first call they made was to Tony Noriega.
It was 2 a.m. on December 15, 1969. Tony Noriega was woken from a deep sleep to find himself cutting rope at a fireman's fire. The soldier on the other end of the line made it clear that Torrijos' time was up. That was non-negotiable.
The only question
Noriega told the soldier that he would ask his owners who they sided with, buying himself time to scheme. He immediately reached out to his brother, Luis Carlos, who was still working in the civilian government.
Despite Noriega's extensive intelligence reach,
My love is all
just
for
how
me.
the National Guard's
Nobody but me.
you
Please hear my cry and let your arrow fly straight to my lover's heart.
Noriega called the soldier back. He agreed to help stage a coup against Torrijos, so long as Luis Carlos was given the powerful position of Minister of Government. This would be his protection against total obliteration if Torrijos was dethroned.
As soon as he hung up, he got in contact with Torrijos, who was still vacationing in Mexico. Torrijos needed to return to Panama on Monday and regain control of ROTHSCHILD. The only question was how.
With the rebels watching the roads into the capital, there was only a slim chance for Torrijos to make it back into Panama City without being assassinated or taken hostage. But if he didn't make it back within the next day, the rebels would take control and tell the world that Torrijos was gone.
Tony had only felt so much about involving his government. Everything he did for the next 24 hours would have to fly under the radar.
Boy, we need to look at Sanford's death. Why? Lady, you shot me. What a thing, lady, you shot me. Dude, I don't know. Cooker's killed.
He reached out to his network of informants who kept him up to date on minute-to-minute actions as the troops began to amass.
So I was gonna say, I always thought he died. And I was gonna say the way that I heard, but I didn't want to say it because I hadn't had it confirmed. I'm glad I did. This is she shot him in something. Her account was immediately
Noriega's camouflaged military trucks were tucked into the forest out of sight, on the off chance those involved in the coup were watching this airstrip too. Then they heard it. As Torrijos set out in the convoy toward Panama City, Noriega stayed back, waiting to see if his mentor would retake the capital or die trying. Sure enough, Torrijos returned to Panama City with even more public support than when he left it. The simple fact that he'd returned to peacefully take back his country from a military coup earned him the people's respect. The public quickly forgot that he'd come to power through his own coup in the first place.
Tony Noriega celebrated the world. He had played both sides and won again.
Torrijos now owed Noriega everything. He promoted him to lieutenant colonel and put him in charge of the country's military intelligence agency, the G2.
His first task was to record as many foreign powers as possible, starting with Soviet Union, Cuba, and Israel. So Panama would no longer be dependent on the Americans for support. Unbeknownst to Torrijos, Noriega already had contacts in each of those countries from his war.
Noriega also led an investigation to expose the Americans' role in the coup, to convince the people they could no longer play America's puppet. Torrijos enjoyed extreme popularity as military dictator behind his hand-picked puppet president. But popularity doesn't always translate into effective leadership.
Torrijos was closer to God rather than to a state. According to restaurant operations and between
Under his watch, Panama became a haven for corruption. Torrijos and Noriega turned the country into a banking empire that rivaled Switzerland, promising all investors absolute secrecy, lax tax laws, and easy access to money laundering. U.S. intelligence knew about
I'm
him.
not saying
They
we'll
turned a
take
blind
it.
eye as long as Noriega handed over all his supposedly secret records on American shareholders and shell corporations. The U.S. was too preoccupied with drugs to even bother looking into the millions of dollars of guns that Noriega was selling to rebel groups in Nicaragua. Enormous diesel oil that Pop marked face had risen to near absolute and unchecked power. He may not have
I know
moral
this guy
record,
is.
but sometimes the real kingpin is the man
But
behind
I don't want to get into this guy. Why? Because I have a very close relationship.
Thanks again for listening to Kingpins. Join us next
Um,
week to see how
that's what I thought. I'm quiet on this stuff. Do you think he had anything to do with it? Really? We could look into it all, but what is I could be wrong.
You can find
So it was
Kingpins as
actually,
well as all of our
I think,
other podcasts on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, Google Play, Castbox, or your favorite podcast directory.
Ask how to help the show. And if you enjoy this, the best way to help is to leave a 5-star review.
We'll see you next time. Kingpins was created by Max Cutler. It is a production of Cutler Media and is part of the Carcast Network. It is produced by Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Michael Lansmer, with production assistance by Ron Shapiro and Paul Mahler.
okay.
Additional production
So what did you
assistance
know?
by Maggie Adwire
So
and
I
Alan
remember
Allen.
being like,
Kingpins is written by Jordan Trappier and stars Kate Leonard and Howell Hargan.
well, this story's never been properly told. But yeah, it'd be safe. Why? What do you think happened? This was such a part of the civil rights movement. He was infinitely popular with white and black public to fight for the cause. He was friends with boxing model actress Daphne, football player Jim Brown, who together kept up the revolution for equality. Shout out to them.
A friend asked
Do
him
you
how
think he
the
was
National
killed for
Guard was doing.
racial equality?
Torrijos told him
No,
to
this
ask
sounds
his
like it
intelligence
was,
chief, Tony Noriega. Only Noriega knew everything
well,
that was
perhaps not
happening.
wrong, but I think he was killed by this owner of this motel because he was aggressive with this woman, and he was a black man. I don't know what she was, but in the 1960s, he's in 1964. He's got a Ferrari. A black man with a Ferrari. How many black men do you know with Ferraris in 1964? He's got to be one of like 4 guys with black. There's Sammy Davis Jr. and Mike. Who could even gotten one? Perhaps Sammy Davis Jr., Muhammad Ali. I mean, I don't think in 1964 Malcolm X isn't affording a Ferrari, and he wouldn't have. That was against everything he was for what he was. But like Sam Cooke's a big early African American formerly killed, but I really feel like it was. I mean, it could be bigger than that, but I
This is our second episode on Manuel and
I don't.
a tyrant who ran one of the most successful.
I don't think there was a big look into it. I don't know what. Okay, I could just tell you this: if this motel manager was white back then, everyone's going to take her side in 1964 in the society there, and they're going to want to sweep this under the rug and say it was self-defense. So that's what they said. What do you think happened? It sounded like. Well, it sounded like he was a married man, but I could be wrong. It sounded like he was. He had some children. He was on the road, perhaps, in Los Angeles.
Enjoy the show. One of the best ways to help us is to leave a 5-star review wherever you listen to podcasts.
He was at a motel with a woman, and the motel's man. So what did it sound? Oh, I know. It sounded like the woman robbed him. Alicia Boyer, if she's still alive, said she's not going to go see him. Well, maybe not. Let's see. However, she said that the manager took too long.
He seized control of Panama's extensive drug and gun smuggling empires, taking a cut of every piece of contraband that crossed the border.
So she called the police. So why would she rob him when she called the police? Take that right. Where's the council?
The Americans discovered where Noriega's true loyalties laid in the summer of 1976.
Just a boy, man.
It was a testing time between the United States and Panama.
Just a boy. They have got willing to
Nations to wear their
That's the government.
Panama made their agenda clear. Governments had occupied the canal zone for
I'm going to
70 years.
This is paying a large amount of money at my job.
The CIA surprised and informed Tony Noriega was just starting the plot. He reasoned correctly that if the United
So
States had
a
asked
lot of
him
money
to record
went away.
classified
In addition
conversations,
to start
they were probably asking their other assets to do the same. Those recordings
I want to show you all the things that you can justifiable homicide.
Noriega found the system was being smoked. During his own military sergeants, he generously bribed a few soldiers and assembled tapes of their conversations with foreign dignitaries. He then
So
sold
they think
tapes
some
to
people
the
think,
Cubans,
I don't
the
know.
Soviets, and anyone
Why don't you
else
see
who
like
hoped
this?
they could price.
What do you think
The
happened?
U.S. Army discovered what had happened. They
I'm
privately
gonna show you
reprimanded
this.
the sergeants
And it was different than
and
what
closed
everything
the
I
file,
read before, so I really
hushing
liked
up
it.
the whole embarrassing episode.
So it sounds like he was really
The
badly
scandal
beaten.
eventually started to leak.
But wait,
U.S. intelligence agencies for their part had
he said, like, lady, why would you shoot me?
so when the syndicate asked him about Noriega, they pointed the finger back at the army.
The Army, of course, told the Senate the case was already closed and refused to share any documents or records. Without any evidence
That
or
his head was
cooperation,
almost off his
the
fucking
U.S.
body.
government could only try and fail to bring a case against Noriega.
The CIA officially took Noriega off their payroll
So what's husband? Her kind of like community is free. Okay, so car, colors. So what happened?
It was a cash cow of an investment.
Well, these are just different thing. Here's a picture.
Its military duties and through the smuggling and prostitution rings, Noriega hired them to oversee.
Telephone booth. Near the motel. Minutes of the
Once the contraband reached the U.S., contacts Noriega had planted in customs and shipping.
Oh, then she hit him. She beat him to death, basically. And that's why they said, okay.
Noriega didn't
For,
even have to be involved. He simply collected his cut.
so what did it sound like? Okay, it sounded like he's got a Ferrari, $108 or whatever. 108. He's got more than that. He's got a lot of money, they say. But this woman, I don't know. Everybody says he's got a lot of money there, but he wasn't found with it. And this girl sought help. The manager took her to something come after her. She fled from the motel before the manager opened the door. She said that she then put the clothes back on, took the clothes, went to the telephone, and called police. If you stole a bunch of someone's money, you don't call police. So if he had a bunch of money, maybe he did. Maybe it was just stolen by the police. I don't know. Or is it kind of an exit? I don't know. I'd want to know all the things. I don't want to know. But they probably passed. What do you think happened? I think that Lisa Lady went to the hotel with him willingly, and maybe she thought she could rob him, or maybe he was getting a little too frisky. But obviously she needed help. I don't know. I don't want to make him sound like a bad person, but the way it sounds, I don't. Maybe it wasn't robbery. Maybe it was. They're having sex. He takes it too far. She's like, "Stop it." He's like, "No." She's like, "I'm gonna leave." Why did she have his clothes though? She steals his. She's like, "Fuck you," and she's gonna steal his money too. Like at that point, I could see that happening. Really? Yeah. Now I can see it. Yeah. Why? She can say he was being too physical and steal his money. He's not gonna have a damn say in the fucking deal. And I don't know what the people look like. I know what he looks like, and he's not gonna get a fucking. Everyone's already gonna be against him in 1964. Everybody. So I don't know if these people were black or white. But I know the police are already against him. So what happened? Then she calls the police. That guy, Sam Cook, goes down to he's been robbed basically. He goes to the glass, banging on the door. It's the girl. He had just checked in and everything, and that lady, it's an African American man banging on the glass, and she's on the phone with the owner, and she's scared, and she shoots her, and he says, "Lady, you shot me." Now, did she know who he was? He's a big celebrity. It doesn't seem like it. Should she have? He's got a Ferrari and all that other shit. Why? I just don't think you shoot. like a pretty big star at the time. But I'm sure she who she. Well, she's the manager. I don't know. I don't exactly know. Maybe she didn't sign him in or whatever. But I think they would say Sam fucking Cook is here. He's a big celebrity then. So maybe she knew, but it does not to me seem like it was. You need to really, really fucking hate Sam Cooke to want to kill him and have this other girl there. It just doesn't seem like there was. And Sam Cooke's library is not that big. And I'm not saying I'm fine. Yeah. But I don't want to get into that part because we have mutual acquaintances. Are you done?
And that barely skimmed the surface of what he made selling tape recordings of the Shah and his wife to competing foreign
That was a really nice story about him. Why just something? Oh, how about your fucking being in Narcotics Anonymous? So, anyway, that would have to be a movie. That's a good movie. So, what do you think really happened there? It seems like it was a travesty of justice that they didn't investigate. It sounded like the lady had an eager trigger finger, and he was looking for the girl, and I could be wrong too. Why? Well, the only reason why I say it seemed like that lady, Eliza, whatever, called the police, and that's why I don't think she just straight up robbed him. Because if she straight up robbed him, then why the fuck would she call the police? But I don't know. We have all kinds of timelines. We'll find out. But it, to me, does not seem like. Well, it was not what I thought it was. What? Well, I think my father said he was shot while he was fooling around on his wife. But to me, it always sounded like the other woman or something shot him. It was not like that. It seemed like it was while he was fooling around on his wife. I think he was married at that time. But it was not that lady who did it. It was the hotel manager. And it doesn't seem like it had anything to do with something else. So it had to do with that night when she was scared of what happened.
Up next, we'll take a look at how Manuel Antonio Noriega beat out all of his competitors to take control of his country. Now, back to the story.
Oh, are you done? So I'm in narcotics and fucking alcohol. So I'm there. Wait, okay, so my parents take me there after like I come clean to them. And I'm like, I've already been there. And they're like, no, that's not good enough. So they take me there and they're like, we'll be back. Well, my mom walks in and she's like, she came in with me and she was like, this is, I'm here. They're like, well, what are your addictions? And I'm like, I really like CBD, but it's illegal in this fucking state. And I'm in pain. I fucking face, and I don't have any medical coverage. So I'm like trying to explain this to that lady. And my mom's like, what am I going to do? Like, and so the lady's like, well, come back in 2 hours and listen to what's going on. So what happened? I just listened to people and their stories for the first hour. First hour was, I think, Alcoholics Anonymous, and the second hour was Narcotics Anonymous. And it was very much like.
Reyes was handsome, articulate, and confident, and in many ways the ideal candidate.
My name is Michael, and I have a nickel, or whatever. But I remember there were some other first-time people. There were some people with those like coins that've been there forever. Shout out to those guys who've been there really, really long time. It's like a religion. It becomes a religion, and it's okay for anything. Why? Because these people drink or do drugs for like 20, 30%, 40% of their entire life, and they have nothing to do now. There's a huge fucking gap. So they find a lot of structure in AA and narcotics and whatnot. And it's a good program. Is it for me? Why? Well, so I'm there and I hear everybody do their thing, and I explain to them what my drug is, and they're like, "Well, nobody has fucking heard of this drug, really?" And mine was different too. I was trying to kill pain. It was like it's more like a medical condition in its own way. So then what? I remember there were some things, and these were good. You couldn't have a partner who was the same gender. Why? Because those people will just be preyed upon by other people. It's just very obvious that would happen, and they're very vulnerable. So I thought that was good. Did you have a partner? I think somebody wrote their number down in a pamphlet and said if I ever needed anything. But I explained to them, like, they're like, so do you drink? I'm like, I did in college, but I don't now, and I haven't in like maybe a year or so. And so that wasn't an issue. It was like, no, I'm trying to kill this pain, blah, 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 blah. Did you ever have a problem with that? Yeah. When it was interesting. I would be up all night. I worked nights, and a lot of people at night do exactly what I did. And what was it? They'd work nights, and I would drink all kinds of coffee, and be up all night so that I would be awake. And then it'd get to be 6 a.m, and I needed to now go to sleep. And it's bright out. I mean, I had blackout windows. I had the whole nine yards. I had duct tape up, all kinds of shit. To the point where, like, box elder bugs got it, all kinds of shit out. Yeah. Anyway, and shout out to my friend PJ, because he really cared about me, and he would call me every day at like 6 a.m. to say what's up, and throw some kind of fucking line at me from some movie. So he was really good. But what happened? It would get to be like, okay, I get off work at 6:30, and I'd want to keep working, but they'd say you can't work, you have to go home. Why? Because I would work and working like 16 hours a day, and nobody else wants to work 16 hours a day. Nobody wants that to be, you're alone, you're a single person, other people have children and things. They don't want one person setting the standard of, hey, we're working 16 hours a day because you have nothing else to do in your life. Some people want to go to the store, another person might want to watch television or a movie. No, I mean, so they're like, no, we're working like 9, 10 hours. Like, okay. So they tell me after like 10 hours I had to go home. Though I would still come in for like 16 hours, but they come in later. But they would tell me in the morning I'd have to leave. And so what would I do? But I would be wide awake, and I would want to continue to work. And I was like, man, they're sending me home. And I did not like sleeping pills because they gave me a hangover. Like I would feel like hungover with the following day, and especially when I would take a sleeping pill at like 8 a.m, it's like a weird way to sleep when you're sleeping. Like, you're not even really tired, and when you're wide awake, taking a sleeping pill wide awake after you're really caffeined up at 8 a.m, it's a weird thing. And then you sleep till like noon, and you're grog. It's a really hard life, and it's not a good life. It's actually a lot of people move away from nights, working nights, if they can. Why? It becomes a lot of things. It's not good for your cerebral clock, your circadian rhythm. It throws that off really majorly. So then what? But people do it. People do it for years. And trust me, I love you. People who do nights, I was one of you. I know how much pride that you have, but you and I both know it's not natural, and it throws off your circadian rhythm. There's no doubt about that. You may have been like, well, I've gotten used to it all these years. That's fine. How many 100-year-old people do you know who work nights? I know one guy who's 80, but I mean, there aren't I don't want to say a lot of people don't do it. It's not advised generally because it's a very difficult lifestyle. But those of you that do it, shout out to you guys. We're the night shift. If anything, we're the night shift. Trust me. So I know nights very, very. I mean, what the fuck? It's like midnight right now, and I'm blabbing. Okay, are you done? So then what? My but I'd have to go home, and I'd get home, and at later times, my dad and I would play racquetball, and at later times, I would get to be playing racquetball. My father Bracky and I would play racquetball in the mornings. But this was before that started, and I didn't have anything to do. And it's weird because it's like I'm not dating. I kind of accomplished everything I can accomplish from where I am. Anywhere where I go in this fucking town, people are like, I mean, I already look very smart, but they're already like, well, boy, did you underachieve. And then not even tired, and there's nothing to do. It was like I don't have a hobby. I can't. I mean, I tried to get back into golf a little bit, but that would happen more on days a little bit more. But so I tried racquetball in the mornings. But I mean, if you're not playing every day, so what would I do? I would drink beer till I would fall asleep. And it'll start with one beer, and then you're drinking 12 beers to get to bed. And that happens very quickly from like 6 in the morning to 8 in the morning. But I could really say I was doing it to try to fall asleep. It was not, I could say too, I was trying to kill pain physically, perhaps, and mental pain, depression likely, but a lot of it was just to fall asleep because I was so awake, and it was just a weird life. And I don't recommend it. If you do it, that's great. I mean, good job. I know exactly what you do, and you're underappreciated, definitely. I can tell you that. But do what you can to try to get on base. But that isn't to say there aren't really cool aspects of it. There aren't as many people around. There's not as much traffic. You can be a little bit louder or do bigger projects. There are a lot of cool things about it. But back in your story. Is that the end of your story? You were at narcotics and alcohol. So did you ever go back? No. And did you feel like you needed it? No. What ended up happening? My face healed, and I didn't need to feel the pain anymore. And then I went many years without doing any drugs. I dated a girl, and she and I never did any drugs or drank for years. All we did was fuck. Then that became it.
Spotafora was essentially a medical version of Rambo, as content to carry a gun as he was to save a life.
And he despised Noriega, an outspoken critic of the military dictatorship since 1975, and was the first person to publicly call Noriega a drug smuggler and arms dealer in 1981.
Spotafora had even worked with the district attorney in Miami to draw up gun smuggling charges against Noriega. But his attempts to seek justice fell on deaf ears.
Spotafora was chased out of Panama by death threats from Noriega's men. He died in statements the CIA, DEA, and State Department had hammered every attempt by the Miami district attorney to press charges against Noriega and make it clear that if he wanted to prosper his career, he would drop his attempts to convict the dictator.
By 1985, however, Dr. Spotafora was determined to return to Panama and fight Noriega once and for all. He believed if he could make it across the border, he stood a fighting chance of convincing the Panamanian people to join his cause.
On September 13, 1985, Dr. Spotafora got on a bus and crossed into Panama. He had only just made it across the border when the bus was pulled over by the Panamanian Defense Forces, formerly known as the National Guard.
A soldier asked Spotafora to get off the bus. He held up his ID, told the other riders his name, and said that he was being detained illegally.
He went willingly with the soldier. Did you know that over 20% of adults use a mobile app for sleep tracking? And for good reason. Research shows that sleep benefits the attention of memory and energy, and poor sleep quality can even be associated with hypothyroidism. I'm George Zory here to talk with you about a product I've been using, Relief Factor Sleep, 100% drug-free supplement that helps me turn off my brain to relax and sleep well at night. I love how I feel when I wake up after taking Relief Factor Sleep. I love the energy, the clarity, the lack of brain fog, my ability to focus, and my mood and zest for life. If it works for a guy like you, there's a good chance it can work for you too. It really can help you get back to living a life you love. Try Relief Factor Sleep for the low introductory price of $19.95 for the first month. Go to relieffactor.com/sleep or call 1-800-4RELIEF to find out more. That's relieffactor.com/sleep or 1-800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor Sleep.
Into police custody, but it was too late to cover it all up.
International human rights organizations began keeping track of the acts of terrorism Noriega committed against his own people. Opposition leaders called down immediate violence. Soldiers had carte blanche to kill any person suspected of being a guerrilla fighter. Noriega's soldiers began branding carpeted tattooing their human identifier F8 into the bodies of anyone they tortured.
In September 1985, Noriega flew to New York City for a general meeting with a CIA official. While he was gone, President Barletta opened an official investigation into Dr. Spotafora's death. He naively believed the investigation would prove that Noriega had not been involved in the murder.
10 days later, on September 25th, 1985, Noriega returned to Panama. Barletta was immediately summoned to Noriega's office.
Barletta was detained for 14 hours while Noriega and his men pressured him to resign. Barletta realized that his faith in the dictator had been misplaced.
The CIA orchestrated a call with Noriega to show President Barletta that they weren't coming to his rescue. They couldn't jeopardize their Latin American connections for the sake of one man's murder.
There was nothing left to do but for Barletta to resign. His resignation confirmed for the Panamanian people that Noriega had, in fact, ordered Spotafora's murder.
With the growing public discontent, American support was the only thing protecting Noriega from being removed from power. Now that the submitting Ireland to Washington's plans, blowing up Iran on military bases and assassinating Nicaraguan resistance leaders were never his past.
Even worse, these offers were being officially recorded by U.S. intelligence agencies. Even though Noriega had been doing these things for years, he was now leaving a paper trail.
The Assistant Secretary for Latin Elliot Adams started keeping public records of all known interactions between the U.S. and Panama. He encouraged U.S. officials to push for Noriega to turn over power to the CIA government.
Meanwhile, Noriega's allies in the U.S. began quietly telling him to soften his image and slow down his legal activities until the storm against him had blown over. The U.S. intelligence agencies were trying to protect him, but he had to play along.
Noriega walked. He still believed he was untouchable. When the U.S. State Department warned him to destroy key documents he didn't want found, Noriega just laughed.
He would regret it. The motley crew of politicians and journalists were about to begin toppling the dominoes that would lead to Noriega's end.
Will finish up our story. Noriega's death. Now, back to the story.
By 1986, after only 3 years as dictator, Manuel Antonio Noriega's crimes had reached monstrous proportions. His war crimes and violence against his own people were becoming more difficult for U.S. intelligence agencies to overlook.
U.S. Senator Jesse Helms had been moved to discuss during Dr. Spotted Forest murder. He was part of justifying the support sanctions against the dictator who caused it.
He asked Dr. Spotted sister to write an appeal to the Senate and track down proof that the U.S. had helped oust Panamanian President Barletta. Senator John Kerry joined the fight, making it a bipartisan effort.
That was only the beginning. On June 12, 1986, journalist Seymour Hersh wrote the expose about Noriega's crimes and human rights violations. It ran on the front page of the New York Times, where no one could ignore it.
In retaliation, Noriega seized an American ship traveling through the Panama Canal to assert his power over the U.S. Of course, this only succeeded in proving the senators and journalists correct.
The CIA tried to bury the story, but Senator Helms kept pushing. In 1986, he wrote a clause in the Intelligence Appropriations Bill requiring the CIA to comply report on Noriega's human rights abuses. Senators Helms and Kerry finally had the support and evidence they needed to investigate Noriega.
Noriega ignored growing pressure entirely. On August 22, 1988, he threw a massive party to celebrate his 5th anniversary as military dictator. 2,000 guests arrived to drink, laugh, and burn effigies of Helms, Kerry, and journalist Seymour Hersh in front of Panama's legislative building.
Reports pointed to Noriega's evidence of his corruption. Noriega burned newspapers, tortured minority resistance leaders, and clamped down on civil liberties, but he couldn't entirely silence his critics.
It went on like that for nearly 3 years, with Noriega's cruelty growing every day. Neither the rebels nor the Americans could gather enough supporters and evidence to bring him down.
Then, on December 15th, 1989, Noriega finally took the balance. He declared himself the maximum leader of Panama and suspended the Constitution entirely. As one overreached too many.
Within a few hours, news came in that there would be a coup, orchestrated not only by Noriega's own soldiers, who had finally grown tired of his brutality, but also by the Americans, who had been deeply embarrassed by him in the face of the Senate investigation.
Noriega sent his most loyal soldiers out to defend his compound. They put up roadblocks, aimed their AK-47s, and searched any cars that came their way.
A little after 9 p.m. the next night, 4 American Marines made a fatal wrong turn down a street Noriega's soldiers had blockaded. Unable to back out, the Marines could only sit and wait as the soldiers surrounded them, screaming slurs and threats.
When the car hit a pit road forward, Marines sped way down the street. Noriega's men opened fire.
Bullets pierced the car and struck one of the Marines in the back. The driver sped away. He had no idea where the nearest hospital was.
Back at the roadblock, passenger had a couple accidentally boarded two loads. They were duct-taped and detained for interrogation.
The soldiers repeatedly punched the husband in the groin, prying for information about the Marines who had sped away. They told him if he didn't talk, they would take turns raping his wife.
Are you done?
Realized a couple of
Good.
the
Could have been a deep fake.
the damage had already been done.
Thanks for my insurance. Sorry, better than we don't
Across the city, no one died from blood loss only minutes after reaching the hospital.
I'm gonna push that side and I'm gonna say
Invasion since the Vietnam War.
On December 18, 1989, 3 days after declaring itself maximum leader, Noriega heard from his last remaining allies in U.S. intelligence that something big was coming. Noriega was on armed time.
The next day, Soviet spies watching U.S. military bases were to already figured that the Americans were on the move. Noriega fled his compound to hide out with a few friends he had left.
A powerful leader was reduced to shuffling from house to house in the back of a beaten-up car. He had to crawl across the floor on his belly, out of sight of the windows. His bodyguards were now dictating where he could go, whether he could stand, and whether he could use the phone.
2 days later, on December 20th, 1989, plans were to receive fire power full blown. Marines now making compound.
Two dozen American soldiers were sent to secure the location, even though it was already rubble. The fight continued in the streets. Noriega's soldiers threw Molotov cocktails and grenades at U.S. tanks as they rolled down the street.
The 24-year-old soldiers on the ground. But the U.S. was just
military checkpoints throughout the area, cutting off any reinforcements that might try to retake the capital.
transport planes, Air Force fighters, the sky. Over 27,000 troops touched down in Panama in a matter of days.
It was clear the Panamanians were outnumbered. Most of Noriega's soldiers simply gave up. Many fled before U.S. troops had even arrived.
Meanwhile, Noriega slithering across the floors and
How many years, sorry?
powerless to defend himself. His once absolute power was gone.
When's the first time you touched buffalo?
Desperate attempt to avoid punishment, he turned to the Vatican for clemency and protection from the United States.
Noriega
Remember when it came on?
Embassy agreed to shelter him for a time. He spent his Christmas safe with them at home.
But
Do
the
you remember the
U.S.
first
soon
episode of it?
found out where he was. They surrounded the Vatican embassy, blasting heavy metal music from their loudspeakers to move things along. The embassy eventually turned Noriega over on January
I mean,
3rd,
I might have watched the first one. I just don't remember.
The invasion of Panama caused 26 American
I mean,
lives.
of course, I've seen the first episode 100,000 times before that.
Noriega faced
But did I see
charges
the
in
first
the
one when it
U.S.,
first aired?
France, and Panama for various crimes, including drug and gun trafficking and human rights violations. He spent the rest of his life shuffling between
Were there any shows out there ever
countries.
that you saw every single one, every single week,
On May 29,
without missing one ever?
2017,
There was one show that I had fucking show. This fucking American That's fucking show. Really, yeah, from this club. So brilliant. That's
The story is
You'd have a huge one. This is beautiful. Really cool. I feel like she had a good heart. She makes the bitches on TV sometimes.
the success of the invasion administration also encouraged the U.S. to continue
I'm not
policy of invading totally foreign governments when they became hostile to U.S. interests. It also succeeded in finally dismantling the man-made military dictatorship. Once more,
Why?
Tony Noriega's rule had been one of incredible highs and lows. In the end, his allegiance to power and money over his own people led to his downfall.
Yeah. I would say my mom, my dad, and I never miss out on the show. We always watch it. Do you always watch it together? Mm-mm. Well, I remember watching it when my parents in bed. Look, it wasn't all that odd, but I remember watching it maybe one time there, but we always watch it together as a family.
And is part of the podcast network. It is produced by Max and Ron Cutler. Sound design by Michael Langsberg. Production assistance by Ron Shapiro.
Are you sure that's a show that was?
Additional production assistance by Maggie Admire and Carly Madden. Kingpins is
No, I'm wrong.
produced
What?
and stars Keith Leonard.
I was too old to be watching that show on my parents' bed. I was almost an adult. No, I'm thinking when I was a little kid, I would play in my mom's bed, but I wasn't. I was too old to be able to do that. Yeah. So, we used to play this game that I like to play. It's called Line. Well, my mom would do that. When I was a little kid, not a little kid, like almost from a baby to when I'd be like a baby, so before I even remember, to when I could crawl, to when I was maybe up to be about 5. My mom would sit on the bed like this and watch television, and I would crawl around her, and I would crawl. Sometimes I'd go around her feet, sometimes I'd go over her legs, and then let's say I would just keep doing that, and then maybe on the 6th time or something, whack, and scare me. Like that's sometimes what like lions do with their young, to teach them like you should always be prepared for something. Really, always be on your toes. Be very, very cautious because you could never know. Every dictatorship we've covered so far has eventually fallen. But after 75 years, Kim family is still in power. What we're asking this season Are you done?
is,
That's a little guy.
what makes this regime so different from all the others?
Like Kim Jong-il and his daughter, his sister did things. Why? He'd be like Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un. Like this motherfucker. Status? No, status. These guys tell the whole fucking world, go fuck yourself. So have these statues, and I think they put a 3rd one there for that other motherfucker, Kim Jong-un. Like, hell yeah, baby. I want one up there with those motherfuckers. I want one in between Kim Jong-il. So I'll go Kim Il-sung. I want to be talking to them. I want to be looking at them. And they're like, look at this motherfucker. And I'd be like, right back at them. Look at you, motherfucker. I'd be like this. Look at you, motherfuckers. And then have Kim Jong-un right there. Like, yay. Really? Yeah. And then his sister, right? Uh-huh. That bitch. That'd be going, the Generation X, suck it. So it's gonna go, motherfucker, Kim Jong-un, Kim Il-sung, going, look at this motherfucker. Kim Jong-il going, and then Kim Jong-un going, yay. And then I will be like, you got to try the chai tea. Whatever the fuck Hillary Clinton says in that one fucking thing. And then what? Your sister on the angle sucked at me in D-Generation. And then who? I don't know, somebody else. Somebody else will take over? Oh, they got some work to do over there. They also need to finish that fucking pyramid. They had this fucking pyramid. It's like the world's biggest empty hotel. Pyongyang would be tired as fuck. Really? Pyongyang Hotel. They've been building this thing since I was 2. Really? Yeah. 105 buildings. Hotel of Doom. I bet that bitch would be really, really nice someday. It's called the Hotel of Doom. You know how cool that'd be? They call it the Aggro Crag. That bitch is tight as fuck. In 2018, an LED display was fitted to one side, which is used to show propaganda, animations, and film scenes. Like, that's the same shit that our movies are. They just, oh, so they show movies on the side of their building. Cool, dog. We could do that too. Are you young? With what?
In one of Kim Il-sung's autobiographies, he claims to have been present near the event along with his mother and father. A post, like many others he recorded, is either wildly exaggerated or completely false. You freak out, kid. I, then 6 years old, also joined the ranks of demonstrators. When the adults cheered for independence, I joined them. The enemy used
Are we done?
indiscriminately against the masses. This was the day when I witnessed Korean blood being spilled for the first time. My young heart burned in indignation.
And what? They say Tesla Esther.
Kim writes that he met with an older, larger Japanese woman.
Dr. Louis, he was the vending machine guy. This is also my friend Jennifer's behind them. Vending there. But he'll have a one thing. He lives sits back and just watches camera. All my 31. I love vending machines. But if you ever get one of those things where the thing, it's like a robot and it goes up, there's like an alarm on it, it triggers it and it tells him. And then he has an assistant who watches it. So, I want to do anything except watch Ryan go to school. Oh, wow.
According to Kim, his father used his dying breath to convey to his son,
Right ahead.
you must not forget that you belong to the country.
Shout out to his class. They had like a third grade class. And so from where I am, I'm really innocent. So they'd have like today's weather is brought to you by RotoHero.com. Everybody needs a hero. RotoHero.com. They're sponsoring the picture of the day. Draw the Sky was a big thing on noon on WSBT. Draw the sky. So kids would look at the sky and draw what it looked like outside. It was called Sketch the Sky. Sketch the Sky on WSBT. Really? Yep. Well, Mecklenburg did it. Fucking that Bob. That guy, the beard did it. Yeah. Is that your fucking story? No. So they'd sketch the sky. Sketch the sky. So then they just show a picture of the kid's picture, and then they would be like the talk of their class the next day. It was a big fucking deal. So is that what Jennifer Wilbur's kid Ryan did? No, he was in something a little different. They had what school had the most spirit? It was like school spirit awards. That's what it was. So it was the local school spirit awards, and they would run these things like once a week. It would be like 3 local grade schools or middle schools or high schools going up against each other, maybe at different levels or maybe just in the city. Okay, so they'd show a clip of like, and the winning team, they'd show some clips, and I think they got like a pizza party for them. Some huge fucking thing. So then what? Pizza party at school? Oh, that doesn't get any bigger than that. Carpool lines huge. Pizza parties are huge. Carpool mom is thing. Carpool dad is thing. You know?
Paranormal Base.com keeps cruising along, 518 people, and with 142,000 members at ParanormalBase.com. Boy, that's a lot. You keep growing. Also created Paranormal.com. That's for people who are a bit more mature
Do any of you have yourself recorded outside your shul screaming how much you like older chicks, MILFs, and the hottest age currently at that time for you of any woman was 45, because that is when generally at that time a woman met highest amount of her fertility with the highest amount of her knowledge and her the most amount of experience she would have to still be first. So that was the hottest thing. Okay. So my thing's older chicks, but there would be some words. So what's a pederast? First time I heard it was in Big Lebowski. A man who engaged in sexual activity before youth. Oh, thank God that's word. What's a female equivalent? A choreophile. I had no idea. So what is it? I don't want to get into this. Is what I want to get into. There's pedophile and like what is it? At different ages. And you can tell, like, I don't know a lot about this because I don't go for younger. If I'm over here like, oh, no, that's a fucking pederast versus that's a colophile. Like, okay, dude, easy, man. What is it? What the hell? Young Hotel? No, what the fuck was it called? A choreophile. All right. So then what? Okay. Blanchard suggested the criteria be split into, and I think this is what changes. Pedophilia is sexual attraction to prepubescent children who are generally younger than 11, and that becomes illegal. And hebophilia is sexual attraction to pubescent children, generally 11 to 14. That's still. But then there's something else. That's a pedophile activated.
Around 1948, Japanese government initiated a series
There's a different. Oh, here.
measures that had previously undertaken. Measures that exacted a heavy toll on Korea.
What the fuck? Okay. Yes, see, I don't think they should stop this. I think they should keep it going. Don't fucking stop it at like 16. That's when you stop. No, it doesn't get interesting till a chick hits 30. I want to know what you talk about. Like, oh, dude, you're really into like soccer mommy. Like, oh, dude, that's when a girl's from like 36 to 39. Like, oh, God, no. That's a fuck. So I've already like, man, I wonder you call hot like a 47 girl. Like, what's a guy who likes that? Like, they call it pedophilia. I want my own name. Pedophiles get age ranges. I want an age range. I want 40 to 50. That's the rabbi's one. But that there's 50 to 60. Really? Yeah. 50 to 60 is really the rabbi. Jesus Christ. Anyway, pedophilia, sexual preference individuals who are between 11 and 14. So hebophilia, like that sounds like a Jew. Hebophilia. And ephebophilia, fever for late stage adolescence. Ephebophilia. Hold on. Sexual preference. Okay, there's a difference between sexual attraction and sexual preference. Why? I would say I have sexual attraction to 16-year-old girls because they have traits that emulate 45-year-old chicks. But I'm not sexually preferred. That's not my sexual preference. What is your sexual preference? Let's say it again. 45. Okay, like Jordan's retirement number. Some pedophiles are sexually attracted to children. Anyway, I want like this could be funny stand-up. This could be really fucking funny stand-up. Why? Because I don't fear this. I mean, you look at what check all my porn history of all time. There's, I think maybe one or two times I might have said like girl licking a lollipop or something like that, but it's usually pretty consistent. MILF facial compilation, Asian MILF, Jewish MILF, British MILF, Jew MILF facial, Jew facial, Jesus Christ, kids. Pedophilia may be distinguished from hebophilia, sexual preference for individuals who typically are between ages 11 and 14, and I feel it for you. Why did you throw Asian milk in there? It's a numbers game, kids. Why? If I make Asian milks like me, that's like half the world right there. That's like 4 billion chicks, or like it's like 2 billion chicks. Boom, Asian milks. That's chicks in Asia who are mature and not necessarily who had children. Mature. I even changed the word. BBC is big bone cock. BBW is big bone woman. Because you don't want it to be colored, like a colored term. Really? It's collard greens. Joshua, it's collard greens. I'd be like, you don't call them collared shirts. Like, yeah, you do. It's like, oh yeah, good point. Okay. I'm king of BBC. Channel and both channels. Anyway, what were you saying? Something about milks. Matures? What is it? So it's Mom, I like to fuck. But that's milk food. And I've always felt that. That's milk food. Mom, I'd like to fuck is the milk food. So it's not like a fucking thing. Somebody's got to fucking fix this. It's Mom, it's not Mom. It's mature. Why? Because what are you going to do, dude, if you're like, dude, this lady's so hot. She's like 55 years old, smoking lady. Oh, but she hasn't reproduced because she was fucking sitting on uranium during her teens. I don't know what the fuck she was in, but she can't have children. You're going to tell me she's not a MILF? When you're looking for that category, you want her in it. You want her to be, oh, MILF who has fucking reproduced. That's different. Then we're going to get into, well, then I want people who've had twins and fucking all that shit. I could beat you at that all day long. I'm talking about painting with the wide brush here. And I think it should be matures, I'd love fucking. Mature, I love fucking. Mature, I love fucking. There you go. Cool, man. But anyway, I want other names scientifically. Truthfully, I do. Why? What if somebody's like, I only like 30-year-old chicks? Is that a thing? When I was like 12, I think I only like 30-year-old chicks. Whatever I was like 20 years higher. I was like 20 years higher because I felt like they would be smarter and I could gain more from them. So you'd be like, dude, check out that hot guy. And it'd be like, dude, you pederast. That guy is a fucking 12-year-old. And the pederast would be like, technically, I'm a hebephiliac because I like guys who are like 11 to 14, but I don't like ephibophilias, guys who are 15 or 16. Man, look at that guy. He can't be any more than a few days over 14. He's not even close to his 15th birthday yet. I am so into this hebephiliac. I'm going all at this, but keep ephibophilia away from me. I want to be like that, but with hot older chicks, where I'd be like, dude, this 38-year-old chick is vibing to the oldies. Check her out. We got to put a fucking bucket under her. Get some fucking Tupperware. We need one of those Rubbermaid containers. We need a tote. What did they call those things? We had these things, these totes. These like totes for goats. These like tote. It was like a tote. You just put. It wasn't. We had like. How would I describe it? In third grade, we had totes where you put like you had your books. It was just easy access to get stuff underneath your desk, and how do I describe it? It made for a shelf, a moving shelf on the floor that you could put underneath your desk, and but you could also move around if you need to carry things. And you could put crayons and scissors and all kinds of other shit in it. And so I'm take all that shit out and put it underneath a woman. And depending on her age, I want to be able to refer to her scientifically. I want to be like, oh.
The situation that was becoming less and less
So I was trying to think how, like, I would just be like, this is a hell of a Pulitzer shot. What? Oh man, look at this Patricia Richards. What? Look at the Patricia Heaton on this. What does that mean? That's how you have to do it. Fuck the little kids. Whatever these chicks were on their main show, that's how we're gonna refer to chicks like older. So what does that mean? It's like, I don't know. There's Julia, Louise, Kelly, and Yesti. Alright, this girl's hot as fuck, and my friends would be like, yeah, isn't this the girl that, like, we figured of anybody he's gonna come out here with, it'd be like this chick. This chick, right here. Really? It'd be like, he's in love with this chick. He's since that fucking screensaver. Anyway, what's the screensaver? I had this screensaver when I was in college that I made for some reason, and all the girls in it were wearing red dresses, and they had red, it was like red wall. Everything was red. And it was all these really famous actors who were not young. They were all older women. And that's what I rocked. And you ask anybody, they'd all remember, everybody would remember this fucking screensaver. It was everyone who was in Hollywood in, like, let's say 2005 in a red dress. And they were all clothed. I mean, it was like very classy. Really, yeah, I like these girls' dresses. Really, yeah, anyway, this is a really good story. You tell, oh, it's more. But no. So who would be the? Well, no. I just think she's hot as fuck. I don't know. She's not. That show wasn't popular. Maybe it would be in the future. What? Actually, she wouldn't be the one. This other chick would be the one. Who's the other? Yes, dear. This girl would be seen as super hot. I'd be like, to you, what's this bitch's name? Lisa Snyder, watch out. Watch your inbox. People are going to talk this shit out of you. Really? Yeah, I mean, she's attractive. I was like the other girl. My friend would always be like, I know how you like that girl. I get that. But this other girl's really funny and really. And he's like, I don't know. I think that girl's better. And perhaps he would be right for that. Really, yeah. But anyway, she's very funny, and she would be better. Really? So how do you describe that? I don't know. Maybe we get like 30 MILFs from their show from ages like 30 to 60. And you could fit like, oh yeah, this is, I don't know. Terry Hatcher in Desperate Housewives, like, oh yeah, you got a thing for like 46 chicks. Yeah, man. So people be like, oh yeah, man, you're like, yeah. And then it needs to be like a medical condition. It's like, oh, I got a little case of Terry Hatcher. I'm a Terry Hatcher. It's like, what the fuck is that? It's like, oh, I don't like chicks. Like, well, it's borderline Terry Hatcher. Like, it's borderline. I thought it was diagnosed with Holiberianism, but it wasn't Holiberianism. It was Terry Hatcher. I was like, oh, okay, fun. So you like chicks in their late 40s and be like, oh, I got a bad case of it right now. Really? Not bad. Anyway, is that the end of your story? You should do it. All right, well, you could shave. Any other stories you got? Is there any other stories?
how its invasion of South Korea led to the Korean War and cement its rise to authoritarian dictator. Now, after this point,
Our living home of giants tonight.
He also had fortified North Korea into a self-sufficient country with strong industrial and agricultural sector, with a wide-ranging reforms of health and education systems. He also brought immensely powerful.
Let's think about this scale. So if I say to you, what's your thing? And you say to me, I'm somewhere between a Rue McClanahan and a Betty White. What does that mean? It's like probably like 65 to 74-year-old chicks when they were on the show Golden Girls. But what if it's like somebody makes a mistake and they're like, oh, I thought you meant Betty White in fucking Hot in Cleveland or Betty White in American Abortion. So that's why we have to be very specific when like we teach children about this scale, that they're very specific, that they know that that would have been the Golden Girls version of Betty White. And it can only be, but was she a mom in that show? It doesn't have to be. You already defined it as matures. I like fucking. Cool, man. Any plates on this? Oh, she better be. I had a whole fucking countdown. You don't even fucking know about it. I counted down 100 fucking days, and then there's this fucking status update, and it changed it. But I had a countdown of me on camera counting down days to fuck Betty White. Anyway, really? It was very public. Are you done? So you think you could just be like, well, I'd be like, and it's got to be like a standard scale. It can't be subjective. It's like, how's it not going to be? Like, one man's Halle Berry is another man's Felicia Rashad. And if I say Felicia Rashad, and you're like, well, Felicia Rashad and Cosby, which one? Felicia Rashad has this super hot way of being in the Cosby Show, but then she has this fucking way. I don't know how to describe it. It's generally, I would say, acting way, where it's like your hair is like fucking really tightly waxed, and these women listen very, very close. And you could wear a wig on that, you could wear a weave on that, all kinds of stuff. It'd be like, but she wears her hair sometimes like this, and somebody be saying something to her, I think she'd deliver it. I think it's very much like the same facial mannerisms. If I had to say that this started with anything, it would be my rabbi somehow saying to me, you think that you're ready or the rabbi why? Because they're based over it. Anyway, sometimes they can be very, very small. But imagine Felicia Rashad when her hair is like, I find pictures. And somebody's saying some bullshit to her, and she's very quiet about it. And then it's like, blah, 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 blah. And then at the end, it's like, are you finished? That is a very hot look. What in the hell is that haircut? It's just like, it looks painful. It looks literally like your skull is being pulled. Well, she sometimes wore her hair like that in Cosby, not the Cosby Show, as I recall. Here you go. Not tight enough, but close. Holla. Here you go. Felicia Rashad. When her hair's pulled back like really tightly like that, I don't want to fuck with you. Whatever it is. It's like, oh God, this woman has had it. She's had it up to here. The first thing she's going to say to me is, that's the first thing I know she's going to say to me. When I see a woman like that, the first thing I know she's going to say is, so anyway, So what is that? There might have to be an exception here. Felicia Rashad. Oh, which Felicia Rashad? Okay. All right. Is that the end of your show? What would Lucy be? I never saw Lucy as a sex thing. She was in black and white. If you're in black and white, I never saw Felicia Rashad as a sex thing either. It was just she's a powerful woman. And if I had to ever choose a sponsor as a kid, I thought that she would have some choice because I was a kid thought she was a father, but any kind of scary. Why? Because she was a lawyer, aggressive, person of color, a woman. She was respected. So I thought that was special. And she'd be like, really? She's cool. What did Felicia Rashad ever do in fucking Cosby Show that wasn't cool? Aside from like not letting Theo call chicks burgers. What else? She was always pretty cool. They bought like cool art, listened to fucking Night into DJ and shit. Charlie Parker. Because I was Dizzy Gillespie. I'm telling you, I've seen this motherfucking Cosby Show 1,000 fucking times. This is Charlie Parker. Night TV show. Cosby Show. Really? I would default to my friend Lori on this. She'd be like, "It's Charlie Parker." Really? She would be like, "I don't really know that much about music." I shouldn't say she did. I shouldn't say that at all. She's amazing. I take that back very much. She looks great, and I take that back. She did a lot of things. She didn't know that much perhaps about. Jazz. I don't think any of us did. I mean, we really. I opened up her a lot of space for jazz. I don't like politics, but with that, okay, I like how it was like this. What in the fuck is this? What the fuck? It's a Cosby Show. Goddamn bastards. How don't they? If it's like a Dizzy Gillespie, Dizzy Gillespie. He's on it. Dizzy Gillespie's on the Cosby Show. But that's Charlie Parker. Right. Okay, yeah. This is cool. Oh, did you hear that? Yeah, it wasn't Dizzy Gillespie. First thing when I type in Google, Cosby Show did Night in TV Show. Anyway, so what about how do we get on Charlie Parker's Night TV? Good question. Well, I was just talking about Felicia Rashad. It had to do with, like, I think that we need a scientifically written note. And people are going to say that's too specific. And I'm going to say, what else are we going to do? There are some guys who are going to be like, oh, I would absolutely love to get into a B. Arthur, but maybe not Estelle Getty. And some other guy be like, oh, that's when shit starts getting good. When you get into Estelle Getty, but you don't get all the way to... Oh, fuck. What was that lady in The Wedding Singer? That lady who freestyles rappers to life. Like that lady. Like maybe. Where does this cap out? Well, I know there's 114 lady. There's this lady with a cake. She looks like she's about to die. She looks like she was taken by King Tut to prom. I swear to God, it says happy 114th birthday. That lady's the 114th lady. Right? And that one bitch from fucking, that French bitch is fucking Jean Pierre or whatever. That bitch from Paris, whatever, who's 122. That bitch gets the shot for 122. So I want somebody to be like, oh, dude, shit starts getting good at 114. But I don't want to be like that. Why? Age is just a number. I could have been like, maybe in the future, Arun McClanahan is really like 99 years old, and then Estelle Getty is like 140 years old, and that's just what it looks like because it's plastic surgery. Who knows? It'd be very offensive if people like, oh, I only date hebophiles because they're 12. No, that's offensive. That's weird too. I only date chicks who look like Trisha Heaton and Everybody Loves Raymond to, well, that's where I get to that French lady. Anyway, they have to look like her? No. Just like that age. No, I've dated her. That's what shit starts getting good. Are you done? No. I have to say, like, when it was. And it's got to be a television show. So I'd be like, Bert, you may not get in this. Unless you be on a television show. And that's the thing. Maybe actors hear about this and they be like, hey, they're like, damn, not yet. Well, when I'm 75, I'm going to be the hottest 75 to 70-year-old lady on television. Television sucks. No one gives a shit about it. I won't be making movies then, but I'll get my own little Hot in Cleveland. We'll do something like Hot Atlanta. And Halle Berry on Hot Atlanta is like 75 years old. Ha! Look, Gil fucked ass. That's almost like a good deal. You could almost get a good deal. Yeah, the very, very rarest. Really? That's like an albatross in fucking golf, like a hole in one on a par 5. What do you want to do? You want me to hit a hole in one from here? Scoring 300 par on a single hole in one is the rarest feat in the sport. One of the rarest feats. And one is known as an albatross or golden eagle, double eagle. So it's. I love all these. The condor. Oh man, I had a double condor. What'd you do? Oh, I ate it off the clown's mouth. Wouldn't know. Mini golf club. Oh, it's called putt-putt in the future, but we always called it putt-putt when I was a kid. But people of some influence would call it mini golf, and I would always be like, no, it's putt-putt. And we went out if everything was very corporate. I was like, is mini golf? No, it's putt-putt. It's easy. And it's in putt-putt's best interest. Let them have that. Frisbee, let them have it. Use the fucking name. Why? Because you're already the big brand. Then when people go putt-putting, it'll be like, it's just a standard thing. But then putt-putt should really get into the championship. They used to do the World Championship of miniature golf, and it was really fucking interesting to see really, 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 really good people at miniature golf. It was really fun. I was like, why the fuck don't we watch? I remember watching this motherfucker at La Fortune and being like, this is the ultimate. I'm here in La Fortune watching the World Series of miniature golf, and my friend and I were talking about how we could overturn the well, hold on, but I'm really, yeah, things change in your life. But at that time, that was very important to me. Very important. Why? Well, it's based on that law. All of it is based on that law. I do believe in a woman's right to choose stuff by far. Like, yeah, maybe it's great advocate to the point where I believe in Judaism that the line, I can even show you an igers Moshe, it's 39 days and below. You can do whatever you want, girls. And it's like, when did you get to the mikvah? It's all kinds of questions. And if you live forever, then no child should ever have its life weighed against yours. So your life, in my opinion, is always more important than the child. And then because you could live forever, and if you can, then that changes everything of that equation. No one's ever talked about that before. You can upload your brain and things. If you can upload your brain, well, then just kill that kid and have another kid or another kid, another kid, another kid. Why? Because you might be able to continue on forever, as opposed to it's one or the other, as the old thing can occur. Are you done? All I want is I have to make it home. Went down to but it's like 13,000. Tour player 3,000. Low hand 5,000. One player 2 holes and 1 Albatross or double eagle. So I was wrong. Albatross is a 2. What's a 1 on a par 5? Is that a condor? It's a 1 on a par 5. There have been 5 recorded condors in history. 1962, Larry Bird drove into the hole over a stand of trees on a $480 rate. Parts of the Hope Country Club, Arkansas. 30 years later, shot one by cutting the corner from 96. 17,000 on 5.
During this time, smaller scale battles continued.
Club and his show. Then she took his chance and shot straight at the game. It's a 3 iron, doing it 20.
While both sides could claim victories, battles were not decisive enough to shift the overall outcome.
Doge. This is longest hole. 517 yards. That's what you gotta do. How could you beat that? Elevated T, just hit it downwardly. It'd be pretty easy to beat that. Really? Yeah. Why? Just have a fucking girls. If you ever want to, if your husband's ever like, I'm so great golf, good. I bet I could drive the ball longer than you can. I bet I could drive it a mile. And he's like, you can't do that. If you want to bet, and you're like, sure, okay. Well, you got to do laundry for a year, or you got to fucking take me on vacation. Why? Because we're gonna go to a vacation at Grand Canyon. I'm gonna hit a fucking drive off the fucking Grand Canyon, and it's gonna travel a mile downwardly, and you're not gonna be able to hit the ball that long. And if he's like, oh no, it's got to be straight, well then they'll make it where there's an abandoned airport, and you go to an airport and you can do it with the roll. Then you say, well, there's no roll. Fuck you, man. You're putting too many fucking constraints on this goddamn thing, okay? I can hit the ball further than you under some conditions. Anyway, so that's 517 yards. So you would just have to have like a ledge, hit it downwardly, and it just goes in a big funnel. There you go. And then everyone can always hit a hole in one. You could be like, oh yeah, I had a mile hole in one. Fuck your couch. That'd be tight as fuck. Anyway, they had this fucking thing back in the day. They did it at Studebaker Museum, but it was like a thing. You put a quarter in it, and it went like this. And then they also had it with like water and all kinds of other shit. Shit used to be a thing back in the day. They used to do shit like that before shit started going down in the 2000s. Like 9/11 changed everything, but you'd be able to have like donation boxes out and people wouldn't steal it. Now you can't have that shit. People just take it right away. Really. But what about that thing? So that it was like a big thing, and then it had a bunch of quarters at the bottom, and it was for some kind of, I don't know, they did it for some kind of charity, and that's how that started. Cool, man. Nice condor. I like your condor.
Also dead. North Korea, the instigator of the conflict, was virtually destroyed.
Oh, I know what I'd say. I wouldn't accept from here on out any more holes in one though ever as being official if they weren't on camera. Every golf course now can afford to put 18 cameras up and always get every fucking hole in one on camera. Really? And it would be smart of them. Why? I've worked on golf courses before and people do a lot of damage at night. So put those fucking things on camera. But I'm telling you, I'm telling you for the last time. No, I'm telling you that not a lot of people play golf because they don't see it. It's really exciting. There are some really fucking exciting things. When the ball comes out of nowhere and it fucking boom, 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 boom into the hole. Oh my God, that was the most amazing thing ever. And we don't have it on camera. And no one ever has it on camera because it's so fucking hard to do. But a golf course would be like, hey, asswad, let's get 18 fucking cameras. We could stream this all the time. You could always see what's going on and see what the course is like. If you could get on, get off. I mean, what are you hiding on a golf course? I mean, really. There's no like, yes, golf. Oh, they wouldn't want their members to be known because their wives might watch. Or other people might watch how much they play golf. They don't have to necessarily publicize. Public courses should, though. Private courses don't have to, though. I mean, do kind of a thing. If you want to do that, join a private club. No one knows what the fuck you're doing. But if you're on a public club, a lot of these public clubs don't have any way of getting social media out. And nothing really great happens there on a golf course except what's happening on the green, and none of it's on camera. But if you could get fucking cameras from above on that and just have, it would be amazing. And then you could fucking sell it to people too. Hey, you got a hole and run on this. You want it document? Yeah, it's X amount of dollars. Everyone who got a hole in one ever is going to pay you for that. Everyone. You could make a shitload of money as a golf course. To some extent. Why? You could be like, we videotape your golf shot. Okay. And you hit it in the hole. Great. And we've got it on camera. Great. Now you have to buy that to see it. It's a way to make money. They could have been like, they could have taken a video of it. You could just be like, fuck you. No, I don't think it's in their best interest to sell that. They could sell it from all kinds of angles and make it a really nice package for you. But I think it's in their best interest to just live stream it so people can see what's going on there. It's a park. It's really nice. But on top of that, it will make people better golfers. If you know there's a camera there, you're not going to fuck around on the golf course. I've seen every kind of fucking around on a golf course I think you can have. A kid takes a fucking putter and sticks it in a fucking green. A guy takes a fucking putter and sticks it in the fucking hole and jams out the hole. A guy fucking steals all the fucking flags. A guy... people would try to kill the grass. They put shaving cream on the greens. They would do a lot of damage, or try to do a lot of damage. Why? Just being kids. It was a private club, and this happens at public clubs too. People don't like golf because it's seen as a close sport to a lot of society. It seems believe it, and it should be. It's a lot of fun. And they could make it so it's more reasonable and things. But no one's gonna want to play your fucking course if no one sees what's going on. And there's no way to protect your course if you need to protect your course. It's very important. I'm telling you this. You could watch every hole I ever played. I replace my divots. I do my best to the best I can. Best fucking divots. I used to be able to take fucking really long divots. That's what you want to do. You don't want to take like pop the ball. Anyway. But you just I could put it back, the grass back perfectly, and it would be like no big deal. And it was like just a little stick of sod, as opposed to it just explodes everywhere, and then you gotta put seed down, and then you have seed that's like a scar in the ground. But when you put the sod down, it'll grow. The next day, you won't necessarily be able to know that it's there. And 2 days later, it's perfect. And the chances that the ball is going to land in that one spot again are pretty rare, depending on play and location. But but I've played with people who don't have the same respect for the game, and I know if there were cameras up, they would have a lot more respect, especially kids. So I'm not just talking about from a protection of their own assets of the golf course and the nature of the course and things, and perhaps the people who are there for their own protection, they would also want to ensure that they. Well, it has a lot of advantages. A lot. People from the outside world can see inside. People who get holes in one or have really crazy trick shots could get them and perhaps have one angle of it for free, and they want an enhanced package of it all. They could get that. You could go there and be like, I mean, I think a hole-in-one should be free. But if you just wanted to like have your whole round, you could have so much cool footage of yourself with cameras that could follow you, and then you just pay for the package when you're done. It would literally have every fucking shot that you took, perhaps, and then you just at the end would buy. It's like when I wanted to go skydiving, I signed up for it and I paid for it, and I went to the place to go do it, and it was overcast and couldn't do it. But I really very much wanted to do it. I had a friend of mine who did not want to do it. I was a little scared. I was very scared, but I wanted to get over that. That's how I was going to do that. And when I wanted to do it, it was like, I don't know, at the time, let's say 200 shekels. And then to get it on camera, it was another 200 shekels. Well, if you wanted to do it, cool, but nobody sees it. You just do it. So I want to get it on camera too, so it's extra. But that's how I wanted to do it. It would almost be like that. I think golf courses could sell an extra package. Oh, you want to have it recorded? You could do that. Like back in the day when GPS was new, they would pay a little bit extra. You could pay a little bit extra of GPS on your golf cart at some golf carts, at some golf courses and things. But then that just became a thing that everybody had. In the same way, put cameras on the fucking golf cart and just record someone's entire round and put them around the course on the greens and such, and you protect the liability of your. Well, they're going to be some guys like, I don't want to be recorded when I'm playing golf. I could understand not in the golf cart. That's fine. You didn't have to have that. You could ask that. There'd be some guys who would want that. Or there could be some guys who'd be like, I didn't want to get recorded, but then I hit a hole in fucking one. Now I want it. You could, like, it could be an option. Delete it at the end of the round. Keep it, enhance it, email it to me. There could be a whole bunch of fucking things you could do with a golf club. These guys aren't thinking that way. People play golf and it's done, and they never see it again. I've played a lot of golf. I have some of it recorded, but that's just very recently. But I'd love to have all the fucking things. And if it were an option at golf courses, I think that I would have gotten it. I think my dad would have said this. It's worth it. You shouldn't even see it. Your greens fees. Your greens fees are to play, but on top of that, you always want to have it recorded. You could have this huge database of yourself, of your golf game, and that's really important from your development of your game, but you'd also be able to see huge amounts of your swing and things like that. It'd be very much worth it. I think if you, so then what does that mean? I don't know. You play golf, it'd be like $100 to play golf or whatever, and it might be $25 to record it, and you could get all kinds of cool enhancements. And this isn't like raw data. It would be cut up for you. I mean, it could be raw data too. Whatever you wanted. Really, yeah. Anything else? I think it's. I mean, there's a little bit of technology into that, but one company just has to come together and be like, oh, that's just a little bit of software. It's a camera hardware around golf courses, but we could sell this to golf courses for, or lease it or whatever, and so they don't even have to worry about the technology. They don't have to worry. That's what they would be. A golf course doesn't want to have to deal with. I've worked at them. You don't have to deal with technology. You set it up and you guys take care of it. So what would they do? Hey, we've got whatever it's called, golf cam functionality. So you go to the golf course and you can get it, and it's like an extra whatever, and they'll record your every swing, and you get and you get it at the end. They'll email it to you, or you could get it. You could get it on an SD card that you could have in a machine there. Whatever the fuck you want to get. But then what? I'm telling you that it would almost be like a given that that's what you get. Like, I know some people when they golf, it's a given they're going to take a cart. Some golf courses demand that. Some people don't have a lot of money and they'll play some nicer golf courses in the world. But some people, it's like, oh, it's a given. When I ask what are the greens fees, a lot of times people will just be like, it's a given when they're going to give you the greens fees. They'll include a golf cart. It would almost be like what are the greens fees? You'd include having that recorded. Why? It would be, I think, really important to just have that video. Maybe not immediately, but 30 years down the line when they can't swing a golf club anymore and they want to think about good times that they had with their friends, or a good time, or maybe one shot. They might sit and watch one shot every single day for the rest of their life at a given time and just makes them feel personally like that. I don't know. There's a lot that kind of technology could do. I would do the same in basketball courts. I'd have some kind of basketball tracking and soccer tracking technology that could track all this shit and sell it, and just have that company lease out the footage, or sell it to schools. Why? Because the schools doesn't want to have another person operate all this equipment. It's too much for them. But a company could easily do that, and it's not very hard. It's like in a gym, it'd be like one 360-degree camera could basically take everything. And people are too afraid of like, what are you doing wrong? I was always so look, I want my privacy as much as I can. I'm the biggest advocate for privacy.
Wasn't that much worse than what they'd experienced in the past 200 years.
In that kind of situation where it's like it's like at the university, if someone were like, oh, you can't video, I mean, they would say this to private people, but back in the day they would, but then when cell phone cameras became a thing, you couldn't do that anymore. Everybody can record basically everything. So now it's up to those companies and things to make their stuff better. They can't just sit on it and be like, nobody gets to watch our stuff anymore unless it's through our feed. Somebody will sit there and have their shit on Instagram and be like, hey, everybody, watch this shit. I remember I watched fucking Pacquiao Mayweather on fucking like somebody's Instagram live because nobody, and it saved me like $100 of pay-per-view because somebody was just like, well, I got it on pay-per-view. If I put it on Instagram live, I wonder what happened. And their shit just blew the fuck up. You're not going to be able to control a lot of that shit. Why? It just takes too long. Once you get one person down, somebody else will do it. People will use a filter, or they'll make it and it has other stuff in the background, and it'll throw off your algorithms. So then what? I don't fucking know. Are you done? Shit.
Whether rebellious citizens or members of the self-government. And despite implementing almost every possible measure to control life inside North Korea, in the mid-1960s, Kim decided to take it one insane step further with the cell-phone system.
The cell-phone system was like the easy hazard system on the steroids. It was a publicly known ranking system that divided citizens into three distinct groups. wavering, or hostile. The designations were based on perceived loyalty to the state, but mostly based on familial relationship. If one citizen had been found guilty of a crime or even a perceived offense, his or her entire family were then designated as criminals.
The system dictated nearly every aspect of a person's life, where they lived, where they were educated, how much love they received, where they could work, and most importantly, whether they were rounded up and murdered.
Only people in the court live in Pyongyang and occupy positions within the government. The wavering consists of average, everyday workers, while the hostile is made up of anyone deemed unpatriotic or threatening.
The hostile is relegated to the most remote parts of the country, and if someone is designated as hostile, his or her entire extended family is also assigned that designation.
The North Koreans believe charged of updating and assigning self-on designation. They maintain files on literally every single North Korean citizen who begin at age 17 and are updated every 3 years. While it's nearly impossible to elevate one's own life, it can easily be demoted for perceived hostility or lack of nationalism. And as with all crimes, the worst offenders were sent to labor camps.
This was another tactic that Kim borrowed from Joseph Stalin, who sent nearly 2 million of his citizens to die in the Soviet gulags. These were ostensibly re-education camps meant to punish troublemakers through hard labor and reinvigorate their sense of patriotism. But Kim's camps bore a much closer resemblance to Nazi concentration camps. The principal focus was torture.
In Kim's era, as well as today, conditions within the camps were so abysmal that those who don't die of starvation, hypothermia, or illness were often killed by guards, as examples to other prisoners.
Some of the camps hold up to 50,000 prisoners, all of whom were forced into manual labor. Women were often subject to sexual abuse. Others were used as test subjects for medical experiments.
Details of the camps are provided by survivors who later defected from North Korea. One survivor recalled being forced to watch a hanging, during which the victim's face was pelted with rocks until they bled to death. The guards left the body in the gallows. That night, it was picked clean by crows.
Just as Kim had more or less grown up
You done?
idolizing Joseph Stalin,
Yes, Stalin.
dictators had grown up idolizing Kim Il-sung for his brutal tactics.
I thought you were gonna
In the
shave.
1960s and early 70s, Kim forged relationships with leading dictators around the world.
I think our friend
From
Ryan Shea would have a
East
meeting.
Germany to Nikolai
He
Ceausescu
was.
in Romania to Mobutu Sese Seko in Zaire.
But none of them could ever wield the same level of control as Kim Il-sung,
Marathon child.
or housekeeping. And while his methods were horrifyingly aggressive and completely immoral, the vast majority of North Koreans enjoyed a relatively high standard of living, higher in fact than their counterparts in South Korea. For many, Kim's fascist aggression was preferable to the alternative, especially when compared to what they endured under
Trying to
Japanese
be Christian.
As the 70s
His heart.
drew to a close, Kim began to confront his own mortality. He was in his late 60s now. He couldn't live forever.
And special.
But Kim didn't want to vanish into obscurity. Far from it.
It was very
He
large.
wanted to remain on the forefront of his
He was told that when he was 14.
For years, he had used the country's official ideology to indoctrinate the populace with propaganda. Though the supposed goal of Juche was to preserve the people's independence and self-reliance, it was merely
One day
an
in the
excuse
kids
to
right
give
now.
Kim
We'll
control
have
over
a finish.
every aspect of daily life.
And after obtaining
We have 16 managers every trade and after he
he
fell.
decided to
This is
make
not
a
our furniture.
the very system that kept them from internal submission, standing 560 feet high rising 25,550
Exactly 5 feet higher than Washington Monument. Instead of a calm, reflective pool, the base of the Juche Tower sits
I think Ryan Shea would be bigger than Steve Fontaine.
One statue has a hammer, another
Why?
a sickle,
He died while running
a writing brush,
and devoted
just supposed to
himself.
depict the working intellectual.
He had a better name too. Steve Fontaine's great. Pretty Shea. You done with the Shea? Remember? How many times you mean? Enough. I mean, we party together pretty hard. Really? Yeah.
Resources spent on these monuments could have been better spent.
Where? In different cities. No. Catch the vision, kids. Okay, dude, get Israel email. Israel TV. They gave me like shit once. I want the local one. Where is your fucking channel? 22. Okay, this one, baby TV. That's not a local station. I want like, where is your fucking Mike Hoffman? Where is your Rick Smith? Where is your Dick Adams? Where the fuck is this guy's name is Dick Adams. Nobody ever said anything. Dick Adams. Are you done MTV Israel? Zone reality. Israel Plus. No, I want like the fucking be like some shit. It's gotta be like, oh yeah, we're number 3. Kind of like that's a good one. Hey dog. Hey, where's your thing? Where it's like, hey, contact us. Do that one thing. Is it called at Gmail? Everyone is at Gmail. Ooh, look at that one. I like this one. Ooh. Damn, bitch. Not English.
This episode of Dictators was written by Tony Goodman, with writing assistance by Kate Gallagher, and stars Ian Leonard and Richard Roscoe.
His dad shows Boundary Gardens because the campus is gorgeous, featuring cottages and apartments.
This episode features discussions of torture and death, and some may find that scenes. Discretion is advised. Especially
Where do I get this? I wonder if this is exactly that manifest. And how does this work? Meet. Oh, unless it was any. Oh, you're smart. So it goes Amitsi Alan. Eviatar. Yeah. No, Elad Eviatar. Then it's going to go whatever. Schlepper. Schneider. Yeah, baby. Okay, so how does this work? Okay, this one. Yoshi. That's one. Yoshi. What's this one? Got that one. Okay, this one. Yoshi. Good. Okay. That's fine. No. Okay, Yoshi, do that one thing. It's like email.
text, email, verify.
On our next Coast to Coast program, in addition to our Friday night into Saturday morning open lines, of course, Sally Riddell joins us to talk about her latest work just in the
Email verify. Is that what you want? No, email. Verification.
Our YouTube channel up and running, 517,000 free subscribers. If you haven't signed up yet, feel free.
So how are you going to do this? Goes like this.
On this show, we read the minds of some of history's most hated despots. This season, we'll be looking at the
And then what?
communist dynasty.
I don't know. What the fuck is that damn fun? Yes, we make the very best. What the fuck you got in Oh, you say B now. Oh, okay, you good guy. I didn't touch for some of you. I think I was wrong. I read it. Yeah, are you done? Okay, there's that. And then that one that's like, hey douche, hey douche. What is this bitch? A heart following. She's not what? Huh? Oh. Okay, dude. Where did you fucking accept all? No. That doesn't necessarily mean I like this one. Remember when it was stairs and then the bus? I like that one. Oh, cool. And then it's like, you did it? Yay! Seems not to be valid. Oh, interesting. Do more hearts. Hearts is a good one. KJL. Email. What is that fucking podcast? Parents Daily Podcast. Dude, okay, so Google has this thing called infinite scroll. I don't know why they'll fucking put it on all the time. So what do you do? No. Heart. .co.il. You just hold on, tools. No, more. No. More. Fuck, why do you have a 3D drop down? Tools. No. They used to. Also, no. I guess it's advanced. What the fuck? Google used to have fucking advanced search. Google advanced. I can't believe if they hid this shit. Oh my god, they did. You can't find it. Oh, no way. No wonder it's so fucking hard to find shit in Google anymore. They took away their advanced search, and it's been years since I needed it. Oh my god. You fuckers. Okay. Oh, I'll be able to light these bitches up if this works well. Really? Fuck that. Okay. No. No. Format. There we go. Where did you try something? There we go. Try this.
was known as Yura, a Russian nickname. Between skirmishes, the soldiers would take him to the
Cool.
nearby Amur River
You don't want
and
to
show
know.
him the fishing
Okay.
boats and the flocks of birds on their
What is that thing
migrations.
called?
John
Google
Hill was known as a
Instant
precocious and
Results?
curious child.
No. Google Unlimited? Scroll? Infinite scroll. Quick scroll. It's not necessarily what I need, but it might be beneficial. They used to have this thing that would say,
One summer afternoon, 5-year-old Kim Jong-il was playing near a pond with his brother and Bill.
yeah, but this is that's or an instant up button. Alright, dude, from also, what the fuck is this bullshit? I remember when it was like, oh, web translate, web boost. Really? Like, no. YouTube, Autopod, Super Netflix, Pixel Watch, invite all friends to Facebook.
This tragedy would not be the only one for John
Come
Hill's
on.
early life. In 1949,
Netflix,
just 2
Google
years after his
Grid,
mother's death, John
Better
Hill's
Netflix,
mother died during the
Volume
pandemic.
Booster.
Her death is well
You got already the best one of all. Here you go. Why don't you guys put this up first? Oh, because we're assholes. Okay, so now I have to probably reload this shit. It's not gonna work. What the fuck?
That day on, Kim Jong-il was his father's faithful son. He was the
What are you doing? This thing sucks. Yeah, she's so goddamn better.
The tide turned quickly against the north, and Jean-Hill was sent with his sister Joanna on the jet.
Oh,
When the
oh.
armistice was signed 3 years later, Jean-Hill returned to a birthday and was broken up with the company.
He also returned to a divided family. Kim soon
Hey, I got a little fucking thing. I like that.
likely back in
Some art to it.
1921,
Some hot
John
fucking
Hill was 9 years old.
cartoon
His
shit.
new wife,
Cool, man.
born children.
Of course.
Jean-Hill never accepted his half-brother. He
What
missed
the
the
fuck?
undivided attention his father
Am I doing something incorrectly?
so he projected this
On.
next on his teachers at the number 4
Page
Pyongyang
2.
Elementary School.
Page
As a
2.
student, Jong-il excelled in 2 things: mathematics and tormenting his teachers. One of them made a list of best practices for keeping Jong-il happy,
Here, is that how it does?
proper grooming, maintaining eye contact, and all his favorite foods according to the season.
No.
By the time he reached
What the
South
hell
High
is...
School in 1958, Jean-Hill was unconsciously following in his father's footsteps. He was a
Google,
member of the Democratic Youth League, and he went to tours of local
default
construction sites.
results. That's what it was.
Always lent a hand at the work during his visits, which demonstrated that Jean-Hill was not above any other communist citizen.
Jong-il's biographies still tell of his 1961 visit to a textile factory, where he took a turn at one of the machines and noticed how stiff it seemed.
Google Instant
He asked
Prediction.
the operator if it had been oiled.
No.
Yes. Jong-il inspected the machine
This is what I
carefully,
want.
and with an
How do you do
excellent
that?
eye, found a spot the worker had missed.
Never show me. I don't fucking know that.
Again, the official narrative clumps the truth. There is no evidence of the story ever occurring.
The actual truth is
What the fuck? Oh, that was just Tesla. Hold on. I might be... This might not be a bad fucking thing. Get that thing back, man. Really? I think I could find a use for it. It's just not what I wanted.
Jean-Hill graduated from university in May 1964. The young man was immediately
Like
tutored
auto
over
scroll.
his father's work. Specifically, the Central Committees for Individual Organization.
I'm telling you, this is not a hard thing. It used to be a Google auto
his colleagues as vacillating anonymous. The supposed lack of loyalty led to a purge of the department.
I don't know if it's auto school.
Every step of John Hill's education and
That's what.
career.
Oh fuck! That's what I just said. God damn it! Stop, please.
Central Committee officials
Maybe they got rid of the
hearing
function.
that John Hill was next in line
Let me
as
scroll up
early
down.
as 1974.
John Hill himself refused to speak of succession. There was to be no
I
John,
think I've had this one.
ever. One specific violent example demonstrated this unspoken.
Okay. What's it called? Gmail?
Narratives suggest that
Gmail enable Gmail. Cool. I don't have time to read all that. So what are we doing?
the official took the chance to flatter the regulator's son and
Okay, there you go.
suggested that he should be declared the successor whenever his father passed on.
John Hill sat for a moment
Oh my
in stunned
god.
silence.
You all.
The party official probably believed his
Fuck,
comment
that's
was so
images.
flattering that it left him
George,
speechless.
where are the other pages?
John Hill pulled his pistol and shot
Oh,
the
maybe
official
the
dead on the
audio.
spot.
Even if this story is apocryphal,
Maybe it's something good.
John Hill allowed no discussion
Are you done?
taking his father's place,
George.
including himself.
At the time, John Hill
That distance
had no
sucks.
desire to
What the
take over
fuck?
for his father. He was already a senior government official living a spoiled life. He had endless supplies of wine and
Okay,
bourbon,
so what was
as
that
well
thing?
as a massive collection of Western films, all of which were prohibited to ordinary citizens.
He was living a life of
I
democracy
saw
under his father's protection. If John Hill wanted to maintain his position and his lifestyle, he needed to support his father.
Email
no
verifier?
matter what.
Besides, King John Hill was to
Is
focus
that
on
it?
other
No.
tasks to worry about succession, like building movie studios,
Is it called history?
and planning.
Extension? What the fuck is this shit? G Infinity.
John Hill builds a cinematic empire
It's
in a way. Now back to the story.
By the early 1970s, King John Hill was experiencing a meteoric rise within the communist party ranks. While his father was busy touring his communist utopia on propaganda campaigns, John Hill was trusted to run the administrative side of the government.
On the side, Kim Jong-il still had time for other pursuits like filmmaking.
I like this little shit.
Lifelong
Okay.
movie buff, he opened up studios to
You
make
did it.
propaganda films.
Hold up.
He personally oversaw the
Access
production
with
and
what the fuck is that?
revolutionary operas.
Options.
Glorified the Juche ideology.
To John Hill,
Options.
this was more than propaganda.
What is
It
happening?
was art. He even published a treatise on
Start
filmmaking
on.
called
Buttons on.
And his
School.
love for movies and art turned him into different kind of love.
Scroll listen.
sometime in the late 60s. He met a young actress named selfie.
Google.
She was already famous on both sides of the Korean communication line, but she was trapped in an unhappy marriage. Seeing an opportunity to improve her fortunes, she divorced her husband and started dating Kim Jong-il.
John Hill kept the affair a strict secret. The two lovers spent clandestine nights together, and John Hill began visiting the studios where he was filming almost every other day.
As the affair grew, so did Jong-il's contribution to the film. He wrote songs and scenes for several propaganda musicals like Communist Billy Wilder.
His love for cinema melted beautifully with his love for song painting, and the deep sensitivity his rebellion young dictated to be. So the affair also produced a son.
Kim Jong-nam was born in 1971, but his existence
Last
was largely
initial.
unseen, including from
There you
Kim
go.
Il-sung.
Last
A
initial.
few family members who
First,
were without
last,
and once
initial.
again raised questions
So what do you
about
think?
succession.
It's first,
Was a budding
last,
As communist revolutionaries
First,
dedicated to returning power
last,
to workers, the idea of hereditary
first,
succession was
last,
antithetical to their cause. Even the Soviets and Chinese communists ignored the idea. For years, the North Korean Dictionary of Political Terminologies unequivocally stated The dynastic succession was a product of slave societies adopted by feudal lords as means to perpetuate dictatorial. However,
That definition was revoked in
What the fuck is this shit?
1923.
Who is this?
The tide was shifting from the party as Kirill Soviet
Okay, next.
the idea
Alright,
that
so
he might have been a Stalinist at heart, but he claimed this shift was inspired by the chaotic line of succession in the Soviet Union.
After Stalin's death, the power vacuum in Soviet politics led
what's
to
in
the
the queue?
rise of
Hookers? Just strict diet of hookers? Pretty ones too. Don't think that I'm talking about a drug. No, it's just girls. But they should come up with some kind of drug that's just like a placebo, but it's just called hookers. It's like, man, you've been looking great recently. Oh yeah, I've been taking hookers. Like the pill? Yeah, sure.
Legacy of his predecessor, the Revolutionary Party.
Oh, what is this bullshit? Oh, can you like that? Oh, it's just gonna be like that, huh? 80. C. What is that? That's like what they used to say back in the day. It was like a Thursday. I think they used to say. I'm gonna be like your ass. It's gonna be like you're gonna do it this way, see, and you're gonna do it my way, see, and if you choose not to see, make sure that you do it my way, see. Really? Oh yeah. I should be like.
Kim Jong-il had also fully committed to his father's concept of Juche,
What's that?
national self-reliance.
This is 20.
In a 1974 speech, he had went so far as to brand the country's national ideology as
Amos.
the sweeping
Hey
Islam.
man, fuck
His
face.
father as the nation's guiding
Oh, I got you slut. That
construction of lavish monuments and buildings named for the Great Leader. He spent his
What
life
am I do?
constant affection
Support?
and
What's that? Marno? Oh, there's shit's like all in backwards. Customer service at heart.
And his tactics were working. Jong-il was now firmly entrenched as his father's natural successor. It was only a matter of time before the decision would be made official and announced publicly.
This secure position gave Jong-il even more freedom to pursue his favorite pastime, quilting. Throughout the 1970s, he tried to define
Motherfucker, that's what happened to
himself
Houdini. That
as
motherfucker died.
Israel.
But yeah,
But as
he's in green. I remember. So
So obsessed with
I know.
symbolic art,
He was one of the
in
great.
1977,
Yeah, I know a lot about it.
kidnapping
Oh, it's fucking.
of one of
I'm like,
South
that would have
Korea's
been one person who I learned a lot about as a little kid.
At the time,
Really?
his reputation in South Korea was in tatters.
98%. Catch all. Catch all, you know.
They had retaliated by forcing the closure of his film studio. Shin's open dissent against the South led
Is
Kim
this a
Jong-il
fucking
to believe the director wasn't willing to
dude? I don't
defend
give a
him.
shit about.
but he
Is this
couldn't
real?
just
It's gonna
ask
be
Shin's
oh,
say directly. Instead, he planned to kidnap Shin's ex-wife, Choi En-hee.
remember this thing?
Choi was a star of South Korean cinema, and having an actress like her among North Korea's stable of talent would be a boon to the industry on its own. And it might coerce Shin to cooperate.
The plan was initiated in the fall of 1977 when a North Korean agent visited Choi and offered her the chance of a lifetime. He claimed to run a movie studio in Hong Kong, and he wondered if Choi would be interested in producing films there.
He went one step further and offered her a script to direct, which came with a hefty paycheck. Unable to resist, Choi agreed to visit the studio in January 1978.
When she arrived in Hong Kong,
Alan?
the agent took her on a whirlwind tour of the city
20
and
years
introduced her
old.
to several so-called fans. It was only when the tour ended on
Alright.
Hazelnut Beach that Choi realized that something was wrong.
A small woman with 4 men was waiting for her. They grabbed her, threw her into
What the hell are these two doing? They sound like they're fucking.
When Choi awoke, she found herself aboard a freighter headed for the North Korean port of Melbourne. In her small padlocked stateroom, an enormous portrait of Kim Il-sung stared down at her.
Days later,
Oh, you just got that one. You have all those.
Your son himself, Kim Jong-il.
The future dictator stood only 5 foot 3, looked up at her and offered his hand. Then he invited her to join him in the long
So wait, shouldn't it be like
waiting nearby to arrive to Pyongyang.
When they reached the city, Jong-il relished pointing out the notable sights and monuments. Joy said later, Kim Jong-il was as happy as a general making a triumphant entrance into the capital.
Jong-il's delusions of grandeur were encouraged by the cult of personality that led to monuments, portraits, and flags that adorned the building. Everything was about Kim Il-sung, and as the leader's son, Kim Jong-il clearly had the power to do anything he wanted. That was the Imperial advisor.
This included kidnapping Shin Sang-ok 6 months later. In similar fashion to Joy's kidnapping, agents nabbed him in Hong Kong and brought him to North Korea.
But unlike his ex-wife Joy, who had accepted her situation with sadness and resignation, she fought back. Kim Jong-il was forced to keep under perpetual guard.
right now it goes?
When he tried to escape,
Hey,
the
let's go.
dictator threw him in a lake.
With Shin Sang-ok refusing to work, Jong-il's plan to bolster the North Korean film industry was failing. Still, the DPRK film studios cranked out plenty of mediocre propaganda films, which
Nice
aided
quick
Jong-il's
one.
position in the eyes of his father and the citizens.
In 1980, Kim Il-sung finally decided to make his son's inheritance official. A short announcement was made at a Congress of the entire DPRK leadership. Kim Jong-il was to be promoted to the Central Committee and Military Commission.
Even with this announcement, the dynamics within the newly established dynasty were largely unchanged. Kim Il-sung was still healthy and completely involved with the day-to-day concerns of his government. Kim Jong-il still had a long wait before he took
What's that one
the
called? Why you that
So
you?
he simply continued with life
That
as
org?
usual. Jong-il had all the resources of the nation at his disposal. He threw lavish parties, complete with endless Hennessy cognac, his personal favorite. During his few years of consumption, Jong-il was spending $700,000 British pounds a year on holiday.
Such fucking dick, dog. Fuck your
Every
face.
Friday night in the early 1980s, there was a
Ooh.
party in Pyongyang
Einstein.
organized by Jong-il.
What the fuck is that?
Live music, movies, and launch from one of his many
This
films.
motherfucker sounds creepy.
The kidnapped South Korean actress was a frequent guest at these soirees. And at one party in 1983, another guest made a surprise entrance. It was the director,
Right.
Shin Sang-ok.
Okay, so hold on.
After his 3-year sentence,
Kim Jong-il watched the former married couple climb to glory them. Go ahead and hug each other. Or you just standing there.
the couple hugged, and the
Wait a second. Oh my god, this would be so fucking smart.
Jong-il said, "All right, stop hugging and come over here."
dictator then announced that Shin had agreed to be his official film advisor.
Holy fucking shit, is that smart? Oh my god, are you smart? Mikey, are you smart? Holy shit.
This was the first thing Mark married. Meant creation. Kim assured him, Mr. Shin, raised him.
What is this, that Joe?
Never get ahead on Joy. Now I said that was exactly as she was. Regardless.
Come on, email extractor. For time.
The communist revolution justified everything, even kidnapping.
Okay, so now what?
But the remnants of his belief and of Kim Jong-il's
Can I do OU?
left him shocked and naive
OU.
actual beyond comprehension.
.org.
John Hill was so certain that the two cabinet filmmakers would embrace their noble task, that he granted them exceptional levels of freedom. He gave them a film budget of $2 million to travel and official DPRK passports.
While they did produce the movies Kim Jong-il wanted, Joy and Shin were constantly plotting their escape.
Where does he get that much?
Years after Joy's kidnapping, they got their chance. On a trip to
Like,
Europe
you want to be
in
friends?
1986, the couple slipped away
Hey,
from their communist
hey,
bodyguards
Turkey,
and
not my
fled
friend.
to the U.S. Embassy in Vienna.
Kim Jong-il's grand cinematic ambition had Iran its prime market. In the coming years, these filmmakers' revelations about communist state would prolong questions and answers. One of the most significant question marks surrounding their film budget and Kim Jong-il's expensive tastes. The money to rent remained no secret of his family's staggering wealth. But how did he amass such wealth?
Where do you want to call it? Google?
This was the section of
And
the
then
box
ViralRabbi?
that was devoted to
Starbucks? How are they called?
Nobody
That,
certain what it was
that,
founded or the specifics
Yeshiva?
of its inner workings. Division 39 is essentially a slush fund created to support Kim Jong-il's ambitions.
What is that one? Jewish news?
Saw many of the operations firsthand.
Jewish news?
Division 39 was divided into two financial structures. The first was funded by a corporation that they saw. This company owned banks and other legitimate businesses around the world, including ginseng exporters and seafood
Why
fisheries.
the fuck does this fucking
The second, darker structure,
It's not hitting me too.
projects division, which oversaw dealing
They should be like, yeah, man.
massive counterfeiting operations.
Division 39 was responsible for heroin and methamphetamine trafficking and netted $500 million a year for Kim Jong-il. Somewhere between 10 and 17,000 acres of farmland is dedicated to opium. The origin
Jew,
plant
what is that?
Time magazine
Uh,
estimated in 2003 the street value of Rabbi's heroin in Japan alone was as high as $300 million.
This,
The evidence of this operation was that the
this,
diplomats themselves
that,
were arrested for sale quantities
that's
of
fine.
drugs in over a dozen countries. One article even suggests that drug dealing is the primary source of the DPRK and its influence. Division employed abundant supply of farmers who gathered mushrooms, poppies,
My
and
God, my
ginger.
God.
They also mined gold and transported the products from each
No,
region
no,
to the
no,
three
no.
ports for shipping.
Goodness, I hate
One
this.
defector,
213,
truck driver,
that's LA, baby.
flying heroin to the docks, spoke to Time magazine after his flight across the border. He said, "We never asked questions. We thought we were showing our loyalty to Kim Jong-il. We thought he would use the money to
Hey, look at these motherfuckers. Got Stoller, Mike, RT Abhishek, Romanov Ron, TV blogger. This is the thing. Wait, that's it. What is it? No. They give a lot more than this.
The highlight
I can get all this
was
stuff.
the communist country. By the late 1980s,
Really? Yeah, how are you gonna do it?
communist
Um,
experiment was in shambles.
so what is it? It's like this. S and then
Coming up, Jong-il emerges alone after the wall collapse. Now back to the story.
Okay. I don't feel like I wonder if it's like
Together, we're giving you an easy-to-scan QR code to sync all of your favorite holiday tunes through the smart video app. Plus, check your envelope to see if our elves have sent a $100 check-in size black souvenir box for your Valpak envelope. No purchase necessary, void where prohibited. Specially marked Valpak envelope. Or Valpak.com for details.
Stay to the line. You can accident. Call 844-24J. Get a full 40 to the picture of safety inspection for only $88.
Oh, I like that. Oh, and put this shit in here? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Interesting. Nothing. Mailbox line.
Now they had no protection outside their own borders. Fearing his enemies would take the opportunity to strike, Kim Il-sung has his son Kim Jong-il assembling the strongest army on the planet.
Conscription became mandatory for all North Korean males between the ages of 17 and 25, and girls were drafted for support and maintenance positions. Draft registration took place at age 14. The next 3 years were devoted to basic training.
Are you done? No. It's called female. Female. Verifier.
Here's what's happening. North Korea has fired multiple missiles into the sea, including a possible failed intercontinental ballistic missile, prompting us, the United States and South Korea, to extend air drills that have now angered North Korea. Despite an initial government warning that the apparent ICBM flew over Japan, triggering warning alarms for some residents, Tokyo later said that was incorrect. The launches came a day after the North fired a daily record of 23 missiles, including one that landed off the coast of South Korea. What are they up to? Dodge and Chrysler, the parent company Stellantis, has issued a stock drive order for owners of 4 models equipped with picoftheday airbags and the models inside. National Highway Traffic Safety Administration reports 3 deaths in the military in the past 7 months. And these cars that have not yet had their faulty airbags replaced. Stellantis said the warning affects the 2005 to 2010 Dodge Magnum, Challenger, Charger, and Chrysler 300 sedans. A drug based on a compound in a hallucinogenic mushroom can improve the symptoms of severe depression from the 1 week, according to the trial. A 25-milligram tablet of psilocybin puts patients in a dreamlike state, making psychological therapy likely
Zanzibar. And then
That's an amazing desire for human. Well, yeah, George, you notice that more and more a growing interest in
and then
personalities around the healthcare industry. And these people that their champions of innovative growing supplement groupings for category.
yeah. Told mom, are you done? I can eat on those.
Between various ailments for thousands of years,
What else is there?
including detoxifying the body, providing
What's a Jew
overall
thing?
well-being, and even to extend longevity, which all of us would be interested in. A modern science has recently revealed the mystery behind how these
They've been really being a bitch.
and what is probably promoting this new
I ain't
found
gonna go to
we're talking about in the
that.
mushroom helps support all of the popular keywords like memory, focus, immune function, energy, and even reduce anxiety and inflammation. We know that the Chinese have relied upon the very
Bullshit.
mushroom.
Wonder. Welcome to our side. Welcome to our stupid ass side. Hey guys, we jerk off on each other. We suck. Yeah. Their website sucks so much dick. It's like, dude, we are the biggest intelligence company in the world, or fucking whatever agency in the world. We run your country's fucking intelligence, and our website sucks dick. And don't be like, ooh, that's what we want people to do. No, it's a fucking work website. This thing sucks.
To deliver benefits.
Why? Looks like it was built in 1998. I swear to God. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Why? I want it like that. There you go, baby. Cheer, cheer. Are you fucking done?
Managed to escape to South Korea.
The key word here, George, would be buyer beware. The traitors dead or else driven from the country. The Kim family's power was secured.
Remember yesterday? Remember when it was like none of the emails come up and you're like, oh, I like that part. I like that part. Good answer. Good answer. Like this is family food. How could you act that shit? Info. Oh, hi, friends. Shout out to this really nice party that my friend, she has to make friends. Pam Patterson and Rabbi has some friends. Don Collins. I don't know. They have dogs. Well, Pam and Heather, they say Donna and they're not talking. Why aren't they talking? Blah, 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 blah. Then they don't start talking. Yeah. Right. Just make this shit up. Anyway, are you done? And then, oh, I'm so sorry. Poor Emma and Donna, like, they're like, they're very much the same, like, very close friends. For them not to be friends anymore. But yeah, first Mossad, most popular part television. First, oh, so it's just at Mossad. The most popular Prime Minister of television is first at Mossad, so it'd just be like Bennett. But Natalie Bennett or just Natalie at the time. TRUMAN, I'd be like Michael at Ooh, look at this one, bitch. Ooh, it's leaked. Inside emails are leaked.
Oh, slight bitch, I think it was.
Ooh, damn, motherfucker. Oh, shit. We hit the mother load. Supreme Reptilian? What? Oh, God. Is that mine? I want that one. I want Supreme Reptilian. We gotta send that motherfucking email. Propaganda at Mossad. Possible targets at Mossad. Holy fuck. With the mother load. International hyphen propaganda at Mossad. Tight as fuck. Hamas suck my cock at Mossad.gov. Director, I mean, these all seem really big. Women, PMO. What is oh, man. Fuck. Really? Cool, man. Now what? Are you done? What's that one fucking thing called? The Sanhedrin? Damn it, go to it's a content page. Yeah. Alright, are you done? Okay. What would you suck dick? Okay, are you done? Okay, how do you put this shit up? Are you done? No, get. So you did a really good job on this album. Find out their fucking website. What is another website? What's a website? Israel TV Ooh. Our roots is on fire. We don't need no water, let the moment rain. Okay, is it done? The wiki? I wish you will. Is this a website? Oh, it's called International. Oh, okay. Go to Google. So here, 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 here,
Dictators was written by Andrew Besser.
It's really nice. Hey, dictator. Hey, the dictator. Really? Yeah, dude. Are you done?
This episode features discussions of torture and death.
Yeah, girl. Get fucked. Oh, webmaster. Okay. We're on to something. Okay, webmaster. Some lady here. Alright, can I tell you webmaster? I'm like fucking Spider-Man over here. Jesus, like, oh, Emperor's Close 1. Forgot Black July. Oh man, I want that one. Why? Hey, Emperor's Close. I don't know if you're a thing. Hey, John. Oh, that's great. Oh, your name John? Trash. Why? Fuck. Oh, your name's John. I'm gonna hire John. Alright, are you done? Just kidding. My name's Jonathan. What? Alright, are you done? I remember when they had this thing called Knesset, but it was like Nesset, it was like Nessie, it was like, what the fuck? Are you done? I remember when I was like, are you done? Oh, fuck, no. Oh, don't give me their shit. It's so boring. Oh. What is this shit? No. I want. It's called Wikipedia. And that's it. Wiki. Okay, remember when it was like an internet thing? Oh, cool, man. Nothing changed. Tell you to do that. Oh, dude. It was like this. Then shit. Go. And then this. Then thing like this, like this, then like this, like this, like this, then like this, and then it went like this, like this, and like this, yes, that's somebody. What other emails? You have an email?
Next week, we'll continue our series with Luke and Kim Jong-un's successor,
What is this bullshit? Good man. Oh, hey Gideon. My name's Gideon. Hey guys, my name's Gideon. Hey, mate, going? Ever teabag guy? Yeah. Okay, remember, I'm not reading any of that. I'm not reading any of that. Do that. I'm not reading any of that. Give me a fucking email. Give me your fucking email. Give me your fucking slide. No. Oh, maybe I was a speaker. Remember when everybody was like, oh yeah, that was like a fucking thing. Everybody cared. Emailed them. It's like, oh yeah. No. If anyone cares, we might not have time.
Kim Jong-un used his propaganda to convince the people that their self-reliance started with self-defense.
That one went
At
down.
the time he
Fuck.
took over,
When the stream wouldn't go down, when the stream wouldn't go down, somebody might die, but the stream wouldn't go down. Really? Yeah. Oh, motherfucker. Stream would go down. Keep that motherfucker down. Keep that fucking stream going. Remember when the sheer athleticism that I saw out of this kid? I just like, God damn it. He's a run. Oh my God. Maybe not. He might just be hitting it. I actually think he might hit it straight around somewhere
the second obstacle to self-reliance
between
was a terrible
Paul
fever
Newman
that struck
and
Korea
Andy Rooney. That's where he might be in like older dude hotness. Nice, man. You're gonna have those fucking eyebrows like that motherfucker. I'm gonna have fucking Brezhnev eyebrows, bitch. Fuck Andy Rooney. Brezhnev slut. Ooh, money shot. Yoshi, money shot. Is this gonna put him away? They're done. Yoshi, they're done. That's everybody. They're done. It's game. Game over, everyone.
Conscription was made mandatory for all teenage males. Kim Jong-un deployed only 70% of his army along with
Did we get everyone?
South Korea.
Think you got everybody? I think it's not quite been in this page. Really? You're gonna say no? They all look alike. All these fucking Jew bags look alike. Hey, Jew bags look alike. Are you done? What is this? Oh, where is it? No.
South Korea also
Oh,
the South chose to invest in infrastructure and economic developments instead of
Hey, tours. Is it Kenneth or Nasty? I should say. What is that?
technology exports, and they had better things to do
He's
than
like,
checking
oh, cool, man. Dude, look at this one. You can find the telephone directory. These guys are sluts. These guys are fucking bitches. That's lots of like all their
This is a classic tactic of strongmen and dictators. Keep the population
Glad it or
afraid
whatever.
of outside
You got
threats,
that one.
and
How
then
about you?
expanding
It just
massive
opens it up.
investigations
Hey, would you like to email me?
into
Hey.
dictators'
It's like Clippy. Hey, would you like to email me? My name is Rain Cassidy. Okay, come on. Sampling. How about this? Assembly to the Mediterranean. Or of the Mediterranean. Hey, Pam. In connection secure. Thanks, dog. Hey, dog. Gosh, remember this? Let's see what you got, kid. Extra, you know, little bitch. Do that. Extra, you know, little bitch. You know, little stuff. You are a little stuff.
This is incredible move by the dictator, who was staunchly isolationist. They went directly against the narrative
Hey,
of
Pastry.
Korea's self-reliance. Instead,
I love
Kim
insect
Jong-un was turning
It's what's for dinner.
Israel.
No. Hey, New York City. Please. That's peace. Are you done? Hey, Mr. Minister. Hey, Mr. Education. Hey, Adele. Hey, Adele. Yeah, what's it like? New York City. Shout to that girl. I've seen her much. July Delta. Yeah, you can get that guy 7 years.
NGO workers are driving to a safe village. They quickly comment this organization's plan to receive the handouts. The citizens
It's
told
not
the
like a
state
lot.
authorities there was no evidence of emergency supplies. Miles have been begging for the advice to change everywhere. They had wanted them. Exactly.
Was as though even John Bill, even the NGO workers didn't see them. No, words existed. It was my outwardly trying to treat the international aid workers like he treated his own.
But it didn't have the same effect.
They're
The aid worker's son is hiding secrets, and they want to keep moving
a
westward.
picture when they're fucking
Miles
dedicated
gave
to
John
poor as fuck. Anyway,
then
I knew exactly why she's poor as fuck. Why? Because Ginsburg is poor as fuck. We make it fun. I need to get out of fucking fuck. Just to get out of fucking fuck. Anyway, I think I'd play Abraham Lincoln at that bitch someday. Really? Why not? New Israel discriminate, anti-democratic. Oh, let's read all about them. Oh, cool. Who's on the email? I don't know.
instead of acknowledging the ancient for what it was, his propaganda claimed that Japan was something
Oh my god. Gosh, what the fuck? He's like, you have 200 motherfuckers on you.
Meanwhile, much of Ukraine was coming in.
Remember when you closed this one?
Directly into the armies.
Oh, yeah, man.
Never reached the general.
Okay, and then Khan. Are you done?
To justify espionage missions against them. He dispatched submarines to sail the southern coast and monitor South Korean radio and mail activity. Didn't take long for something to go wrong.
In 1996, one of Kim Jong-il's submarines ran aground off the coast of South Korea. When the South Korean government discovered the submarine was spotted, they activated policies. Not only did they stop sending food to the north, they lobbied other international governments to stop their aid as well. They made it clear that if Kim Jong-il was going to
Oh
respond to
shit,
China's
this thing has
deception,
100,000 cases.
This only ratcheted up the political tension in the region. Kim Jong-il was rattling a saber of his military might, and when his enemies responded with sanctions, he gave reins to his propaganda.
while Kim Jong-il was pretending to play the game of international espionage, his citizens were still starving. He planned to forge inevitable plans like peace to eat, and then try to avoid getting
What is this
having
bullshit?
enough mouth to feed. Families who could feed elderly mothers and depend on them. Parents who could leave their children to the same. They were eating their money.
There were even whispered reports of cannibals in the most isolated communities. North Korea's ready to crumble upon itself as another failed communist state.
In 1998, the situation began to improve. Repression took over in South Korea, and the new government brought back the Asians to power. And
Oh my
finally,
god, that shit
disappointing seasons.
Jamie was on the phone. Oh, I can't remember. Can't believe I forgot about Jamie. Yeah, I'll talk about her.
That summer, South Korean sources reported that the North had tallied the famines that toll at almost 3 million, over 10% of the population. Kim Jong-il had proved himself to be
Fuck, I
a
don't want to do
competent
that.
manager of domestic
That
resources,
shit.
and after the weakness of his country's infrastructure was revealed by the famine,
He's usually a nice
he
boy.
needed to reestablish his power with a flagrant act of military might. He had to remind his people who their true enemies were.
So, he fired all those missiles. Coming up, Kim Jong-il falls from the mighty communist leader to a cloistered, fearful atheist.
Now back to the story.
By 1998, Kim Jong-il had twisted his father's national ethos of self-reliance into one driven by self-defense, using propaganda to scare the population with imaginary threats of foreign invasion. That fear justified his massive buildup of the military, to test, boost, missile.
On September 1st, 1998, Kim Jong-il fired a ballistic missile over Japan. While the missile splashed down harmlessly in the Sea of Japan, it earned him a strong rebuke from the Japanese government. Kim Jong-il used the launch as another propaganda opportunity and another distraction to keep people from questioning his power.
At the time, North Korea was in talks with the United Nations about curbing its money program to avoid sanctions, which would include restrictions on trade and foreign aid. These sanctions would have weakened Kim Jong-il's reputation, both domestically and internationally. The missile test was an act of defiance, meant to prove his strength.
The missile launch set the tone for many of Kim Jong-il's international relationships. As North Korea retreated further and further from the proposal that South Korea was embracing, Kim Jong-il became more obsessed with presenting an image of strength. If his people knew the economic and social developments taking place just a few miles across the border, they would have plenty of doubts about their own situation.
At the turn of the millennium, South Korea was becoming a premier exporter of computer technology and electronics. Capitalism was thriving, and
Yeah,
life
what's
was
that?
consistently rising.
Wait.
North Koreans used rationalities for basic supplies. In 2003, 5 years after that was considered over, a full third of the population still relied on international aid.
Of course, Kim Jong-il wasn't living like a peasant. He hosted lavish parties and imported expensive foreign foods, and chefs to prepare them. One chef reported, every now and then a kind of courier would show up from some corner of the world. I saw him twice on my two
Yours.
twenty very costly French cheeses, and one box of prized French wines.
Two separate chefs were hired separately to make pizza for Kim Jong-il. One of them, TRUMAN, published his story in 2004, offering a rare first-hand account of the cult's following the dictator of money. Truman is I became aware of an unusual detail. Everyone, without exception, male and female, young and old alike, absolutely everyone in North Korea was wearing a milk can on the left side of their chest above the heart.
What is this guy saying? Because he was at a CVS pharmacy, you get that fucking
This experience with
vaccine quicker. I don't just believe that. I just think that's
authorized places and unsightly
right. And he's like, no, yeah, I think so. I'm really glad that I got the nominators instead of the Reese's Pieces. Because the Reese's Pieces were on the other side, and you would have got a line, and the red dollars are really convenient. Like, oh, yeah, I like nominators. Do you? I like them now. I like them later.
the opposite.
Okay, are you done? Hey, Junu.
Koreans. This was more dangerous than
Hi.
anything.
Kim Jong-il's entire power complex relied on allegiance to communism and maintaining a cult personality his father had established to endear himself to the people. The badges of loyalty were monuments and the ceaseless publications devoted to the team leader all implied Kim Jong-il was above criticism. No one knew that at his core, he was a
Okay, are you done?
hypocrite.
My friend Yoshi. Oh, yeah, you're paying for my shit. Oh, I know you. Oh, I know. Hey, Jewish news. Remember, I was like, very good.
Most of his life, he had a penchant for expensive foreign liquor, especially cognac. Even after doctors told him to stop drinking to save his liver, Jong-il kept importing plenty of alcohol for his parties.
Remember, I was like,
He
ah,
also supplied
hey, dog.
North Korean defectors have reported that his parties often featured a bevy of female entertainment called the Joy Division, whose members were allegedly selected from high schools during the summers.
However, there was very little sexual behavior allowed at these parties. In one instance, Kim Jong-il ordered a 5 girls to strip off their clothes. Then he told the party guests, mostly high-ranking officials and generals, to dance with them. But he also gave the storm a warning and said, don't touch.
Kim Jong-il's instruction had nothing to do with fidelity. He was a proven philanderer, married several children with multiple women. Instead, he made women, but disallowing his men to touch them was a symbol of power.
The dissidents of a communist dictator enjoy benefits that are forbidden to his citizens is not a novel concept. Kim Jong-il mastered better than any other dictator, though, was the isolation of his people from any outside influence.
And this isolation was only necessary. Applying counterinsurgency to the austerity of communism was sitting just across the side.
That's so
The
hard.
DNC was only for killing his spy, but South Korea might as well have been a different continent.
Allowed to travel outside the country, everything was exceptions. So few that Kim Jong-il
Gosh, now what do you think?
all the shows that we've done so far, listen to all the material that's on the Vine Network. Check it out. It's beyondbelief.com.
North Koreans were not only kept physically isolated, but mentally as well. As the dot-com boom of the early 2000s made the internet a necessity for everyday life, more Koreans had no connections at all. Radio and television were still the primary
Back.
sources of information,
Sedona
and
Pass.
all broadcasts were government-controlled.
Pizza pizzas are a thing. My friend PJ would say, it's a grill and chill, kid.
In case anyone got hold of
But yeah, it's the best of both worlds. It's hot, eats, and cool treats. We treat you right. Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen becomes really good. Really? It's a grill and chill, kid. It's a grill and chill. Really? It's a grill and chill. It's a grill and it's a chill. Really? Yeah.
That's often commented. I have knowledge of he was member of affairs, foreign policy, and global markets, especially in South Korea.
How each
Food
food treats you right. Dairy Queen.
as well as very frequent reports from North Korea's embassies overseas.
He extended his knowledge and became eminent during an almost month-long train tour in Russia in 2001. Since the fall of the Soviet Union, the relation between Russia and North Korea had become intimate. Ties with his now democratic ally, Kim Jong-il decided to make the long trans-Siberian trade line to meet.
The train was also necessary because he refused to travel by aircraft,
What in the
which he
fuck is
claimed
this?
was due to security reasons.
English?
In fact, was rooted in a deep-seated fear of flying. Instead, all of his international visits, which were almost exclusively to
What in the
China
fuck
and
is
former
this?
Soviet nations,
Yoshi.
on a personal armored train, or rather 6 of them, with a
Yoshi.
total of 90 rail cars.
South Korean intelligence reported that Kim Jong-il always traveled with a red of 3 complete trains, even if Korea's ports. The first train scoped the tracks ahead for safety and clearance.
Bringing up the rear was another train filled with security personnel and Kim Jong-il's entourage of generals and personal servants. And the armored train carrying Kim Jong-il himself traveled between the other two. His rail cars were equipped with state-of-the-art communications gear and lavish comforts, including a small movie theater worthy of a film aficionado.
During his Russian tour, Kim Jong-il was accompanied by Konstantin Velikovsky, a special representative of the president. Velikovsky said that Kim Jong-il
What's that thing called? Emotion? Yoshi. Is it called emotion?
Everything about the situation in Russia. When they reached Moscow, he invited Kim Jong-il to his personal apartment on the front. It was a swirling moment of invitation that had lasting ramifications for their
Shout out to
relationship.
Ben Motion.
Velikovsky said it was a symbol.
Kim
had seemed reluctant to show emotion. After lunch, he was more open
Did you know that over 20% of adults use the mobile app for sleep tracking? That's a good reason. Research shows that sleep benefits retention of memory and
Oh
energy,
shit.
while poor sleep quality can even be
20%.
associated with excess body.
Information shut the fuck up. Why you admit?
Using relief after sleep.
Oh, is that
Sleep
anything?
supplement that helps me turn off my brain to relax and sleep well at night. I love how I feel when I wake up after taking relief after sleep. I love the energy, the clarity, the lack of brain fog, my ability to focus, and my mood and zest for life. If it works for a guy like me, there's a good chance it can work for you too. It really can help you get back to living a life you love. Try relief after sleep for the low introductory price of
And
$19.95
TRILLIONAIRE.
per month.
Let's just have to wait for him. Are you done? I like how none of those came in. It was like, oh, failure, block, block. Oh, blast. Any others that are black?
Kim Jong-il was watching television with his family when a propaganda message appeared featuring smiling, happy children. He lamented how one of his
I don't know
children
what's
smiled.
going on.
He said, "I tell them to tone down their artificiality. They will go completely in the opposite direction. Find the most dirty children in Iraq."
Kim Jong-il was caught in a dilemma of his own creation between the truth of his country and the narrative he had. He was fooled by his own propaganda.
The truth was that North Korea was slipping farther and farther behind the rest of the world. But while his country slowly rotted, Kim Jong-il missed an opportunity to enrich himself with outside investments. When the South Korean conglomerate Hyundai approached him about creating a free economic zone in North Korea's territory, he jumped at the chance.
The investment would bring more money into Kim Jong-il's treasury, which meant more cash at his disposal. To that end, the avowed communist dictator converted the capitalist pigs he could find.
When his people knew little of the southern economy, including the massive wealth of Hyundai, which meant they also didn't know the extent to which Kim Jong-il was investing in his smart enemy.
Enemies or not, Kim Jong-il still maintained cooperations with his neighbors. Despite all the national commitment to self-reliance, the country couldn't survive without imports, mostly from China and South Korea.
Yet Kim Jong-il's propaganda downplayed the national reliance on foreign trade. One example was the national power grid, which was supplied by a series of generator plants. Most of the parts were manufactured and purchased overseas, but shipped into North Korea unassembled so they could be completed with locally made materials. This way, Kim Jong-il could claim North Korea's power was fully self-sufficient.
The truth was, North Korea didn't even have the resources to keep the power plants
Oh,
running.
fuck.
One of the older plants used to be benefited a lot from the Soviets. By the 2000s, those Soviet factories were long defunct, and North Korea didn't have the supplies or technologies to make repairs on their own. So the plant stayed crippled for years, only able to operate at a fraction of its full capacity.
This was another example of the hidden truth behind the propaganda. North Korea's infrastructure was dilapidated and crumbling, no matter how much Kim Jong-il told his people otherwise. And outside the country, the truth was finally becoming clear. More defectors were leaving North Korea than ever before. They spoke of a weakening nation, and the tyrant was determined to protect his dynasty at all costs.
Coming up, Kim Jong-il threatens the rest of the world as the terrible circumstances in North Korea publicized. Now back to the story.
By 2008, Kim Jong-il was the isolated leader of an insulated and obsolete country. The country was so well hidden that the world only caught glimpses of the truth from those who defected.
Defections were nothing new. In fact, since the end of the Korean War in 1953, over 100,000 North Koreans had fled to China, Russia, and South Korea. Some sources say that number could be as high as 1 million.
Crossing the DMZ is suicidal as there are landmines at the North Korean soldier station every few meters with orders to shoot defectors on site. However, desperate North Koreans managed to make it out before the most populars over the mountains into China. This is dangerous work because if they're caught along the border, they'll be captured and sent to a labor camp. Another common mistake is on fishing trawlers headed to South Korean ports. Some even reach Japan.
The final destination is usually South Korea. It's enshrined in South Korea's constitution, and North Koreans are considered full citizens of the South. That means they won't be deported back to the North, which often happens to defectors found living in China. The South receives so many defectors annually, they created a national office to help them resettle and integrate into society.
The records from South Korea's office during the later 2000s showed a significant spike in infections after 2008. Something was clearly happening on the other side of the DMZ.
Defectors of swollen prison camps and torture. Some of their stories dated back several decades. The most recent tales demonstrated the violent change over time. Kim Jong-il simply imprisoned his opposition and anyone who tried to flee his regime.
There were allegedly 5 enormous labor camps in the northern mountains, holding over 200,000 prisoners. Escapees found trying to reach China were repatriated to the camps. Torture and executions were common.
But beyond the gloves, defectors also spoke of a country on a downward spiral. Food shortages were still common, and society was still wholly militarized. Most alarming of all, Kim Jong-il had retreated from public life.
Kim Jong-il had suffered a stroke in 2008, the stories told. After that, he was rarely seen anywhere in Pyongyang. So why the crackdown on defectors? Why attack the South Korean Navy?
The answer was the same as it had been for years. When Kim Jong-il felt weakened, he turned to his army and propaganda to reinforce his power. But all the power in the world could make him healthy again. Some officials even whispered that he could be near death.
But the tyrant was still quite alive. To dispel rumors of his decline, Kim Jong-il took strike action to fix the economy. In 2009, he ordered a reform of North Korea's currency, won, in an attempt to bolster its value.
The currency reform was a popular communist technique to punish capitalist activities by literally changing the type of money the country used, sometimes called coin. Stalin himself had used a similar tactic after World War II, and Kim Jong-il had always followed Stalin's example.
Unfortunately, Kim Jong-il had missed the lesson on the collapse of the Soviet Union, and he tried the same technique that had doomed him. He had announced that on November 30th, 2009, at 11 a.m., 2 zeros would be removed from the value of the North Korean won, and all banknotes would be taken out of circulation.
Thus, 100 won would buy the same as 10,000 won did the day before, and only with new bills. The people had 1 week to trade in their cash savings for the new currency.
Unsurprisingly, the North Korean economy was thrown into chaos overnight. Inflation skyrocketed. Anyone with significant cash holdings suddenly risked losing everything.
It appeared Kim Jong-il's understanding of economics was not as comprehensive as he thought. Many North Koreans were angry and distraught with the
Hey,
inflation
Kodak.
and public discontent.
Hey, Kodak. How you doing, big dog?
Within the next few months,
Hey, Kodak. You're such a Kodak.
wars
Kodak? No, Kodak. Kodak.
collapse.
Kodak?
Oh.
Oh.
Was the poorest portion of the family. Angry talks were starting once again.
In an unbelievable change of pace, North Koreans began expressing their discontent to each other on the street, and occasionally to foreign visitors. Some economic losses caused by one man's whim exposed how shoddy the country's communist economy had always been.
When some people question communism, they question
We're up.
everything.
And I got good juice. I mean, it's great. Food art is like
personality and propaganda.
great.
You know, like convince them that everything about the country was perfect.
I just think
He
Gino
needed
Buckle
a
is
distraction from the economic downfall. He needed people to be afraid of
I
him.
think to myself, whenever I look at a guy, I think to myself, this guy knows Bronco Nagurski. No? Okay, well, it doesn't really matter. Would he suck Bronco Nagurski's dick? Yes. He's gay. No, he's not. Really? I mean, it's usually like that.
His doctors had long ago told him to quit drinking,
Anyway, are
but
you
he
done?
had been downing red birthday wine daily until his stroke in
Hey, Rat,
2010.
that's some Hey,
Kim Jong-il was one of the strong, steadfast dictators. Faced with men and health issues, much less dress up. Going into 2011, his concerns turned to protecting the family dynasty, just as his mother had.
Though he never would admit it, and likely didn't even recognize his own incompetence, Kim Jong-il had brought North Korea to the brink of extinction.
sitting on your range.
When months of country's economy
Are you fucking done?
he had rolled off his nation, and now,
There's your number.
which meant the next leader would have to see the
Yeah,
country
you know, that number there.
failures.
His successor would have to be nothing short of a miracle. A weekly glimpse of North Korea into revolution. Making the correct choice was imperative.
Kim Jong-il had three sons, Jong-nam, Jong-chol, and Jong-un. Jong-nam was publicly critical of North Korea and lived abroad.
So you're just gonna call it, call people and be like, hey, head football coach, do you have any questions for me?
He was called truthism junkie.
What kind of offense you run?
The second oldest son,
Really?
Jong-chol,
No.
recorded his
Run the fun and gun? Really? You run the fun and
his
gun?
child,
Do you?
that said his perfect world would be
Why? Because it's fun to say fun and gun. What do you run? Are we playing flag football or are we playing real football?
Kim Jong-il
Is it flag football?
was 26 years old and had little interest
Probably
in
West
anything
Coast.
except for basketball.
If it's
But
real
he
football,
inherited his
fun
father's
gun.
tough disposition.
Look at that.
If any of the sons could fill Kim Jong-il's shoes, it was him.
The choice had been made by September 2010. North Korea would one day be led by Kim Jong-un. But neither Kim Jong-il nor his son could have known just how soon that day would come.
Remember when I was like, hurry the fuck up? Oh, you
Thanks
can
for
shit?
listening to Dictators.
You're welcome, Big
Next
John.
week, we'll hear about the ascension of Kim Jong-un and how he shifted North Korea's reputation on the world stage.
In shape, isn't it?
Sons of Dictators and all other podcast episodes for free on Spotify.
Not only does Spotify already have all of your favorite music, but now Spotify is making it easy to enjoy all of your favorite podcast originals like Dictators for free on your phone, desktop, or smart speaker.
To stream Dictators on Spotify, just open the app, type Dictators in the search bar.
And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Instagram at Barcast and Twitter at Barcast Network. We'll see you next time.
Dictators was created by